Greetings, everyone. Sorry, I just had to move the mic over. Just be a second here. Let me move you over so we're not blinding you. Oh, that's a great chat box there. What the hell is going on there? Why is there massive wrenches in the chat box? What the hell? I am Mr. Wrench. Oh boy. This is gonna be fun. Why? Why is that the entire box? Why, you two? Come on. Come on. It's not that difficult. Alright. Anyway. I guess choose your words wisely, moderators, because you'll be flooding the chat with thingies. Hey, thanks, JL. Appreciate that, buddy. Let me just check. Let's see here. Okay. Oh my God, is there any way to make that wrench stop being so massive? And why did it take like 10 minutes for the alert? Oh, I don't know. Yeah. So anyway, hi. Hello. Let's angle this up a smidge, shall we? Okay. So, yeah, we'll just have to tolerate the wonkiness of the chat box for now, I guess, because I don't know how to change it. No idea. No idea. I imagine Curlatin is currently scrambling behind the scenes to see if there's any way to do that. Like, he's already a different color than all the other chat participants, so we should be aware that he's a mod. We don't need a wrench that's 20 miles high to tell us that. I don't know. Anyway, as you can see, we got a whole bunch of crap on the screen. Some of you watch, I know a lot of you are here from Twitch, watch my Twitch stream, so you've seen all this before. But those of you on YouTube, hey, thanks, JL. Wow, clearly, if I want to get JL's money, this is the place to be. Mental note. Thanks so much, dude. Yeah, so anyway, for the past couple of months, I've been working on a huge batch of closer look videos. Can I give you guys a little idea of what we've been working on here? God, there's so much shit on the screen. Go away, alert! Alright. So, there's this pile of stuff here that the cats keep knocking over. And there's this haphazard pile of stuff here, which is other things that I've done. So, I've done videos about almost all of these. I haven't done this one. I don't know if we're going to do that one in this batch. But anyway, I've done everything else. And I did the... You get a real behind the scenes look here. This is the closer look table. It used to be my computer table, but normally I have a house coat, a nice fuzzy light absorbing house coat draped over top of it. That is currently in the bedroom because I actually I don't remember why I moved it, but anyway, it's not here. Because we did all those segments. We did all the tabletop segments. So what we have left to do is what I just called the bookend segments, basically, where I do my, hey, welcome to the Multimedia Chronicles. We're going to talk about, Inspector Gadget today or whatever. And then do our little intro, go to the titles, come back, do the second half of the intro. So, blah, 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 Inspector Gadget, wonderful. Let's go down to the black table and check it out. And then we go down to the black table, we look at all the stuff, and then we come back up. And it's like, well, that was it. Hope you liked it. Thanks for watching. Check out all my other shit and send me money and subscribe and like and follow and notify and catch me on Twitch and all that good stuff. And then off we go. So we've done all of the down there segments, so we have to do all of the up here segments. And then that'll be that. So I'm going to really try to bear down and focus and not get distracted. I try this on Twitch all the time, and what ends up happening is thanks again, JL. Wow, you're just like, you've been saving up apparently. What ends up happening is I get sucked into delightful conversation with everybody, and then I end up not getting any work done. You guys have seen some of the clips. I posted a few of the clips on YouTube, and a lot of people were confused. I don't know why they were confused, because it was basically just sort of funny little in-between takes, outtake clips. Where I think in those particular ones, the recent ones, I was calling out some haters and trolls for just being stupid. And that's all it was. I thought, like, oh yeah, I'll make clips of those. Like, everybody will find that funny or whatever. And people got so mad. And, like, I don't know why. But, I mean, first off, they got mad in ways that basically proved what I was saying in those clips, which I thought was ironically funny. But they also just got, like, really mean, like, saying some really, like, nasty personal shit, like just being judgy McJudge faces about me and my life and everything. But, I mean, having zero information, just going solely by those, like, little tiny 30-second clips and assuming that that was the entirety of everything that accompanies my life. Hey, Dono, thank you very much. How much was that? Was that, couple bucks in the donos. Thank you so much, JL. Yeah, hoping to scare up some donos today because, as you may notice, sorry, just 1 second here, I'm just going to pop the chat out so I can read it a little better with my old man eyes. 8 out, yes, exactly, Razor Wire Reviews, fellow film nut, by the way, most of you probably know him. See, isn't it nice having this down here? It hides my blindingly white legs. But yeah, trying to get this going because this is basically the Halloween budget. About 25% of this will be bills, just general life expenses, and pretty much most of the rest will be for Halloween stuff. So how spectacular Halloween is this year is entirely up to you guys. That's it. So, specifically with regards to updates and closer looks at newer stuff. I've already got a whole slew of movie reviews that I'm working on. We've actually been doing live screenings over on our Discord, so be sure to join our Discord if you haven't already. The link is not in the description of this live stream currently. I may add it after it's done. But be sure to come by the Discord. We've got screenings going on there pretty much every day. Some of it is just stuff we're watching for fun. Other stuff is things I'm watching because I want to do reviews for Halloween. So we're doing just a mad blitz of Halloween stuff right now, leading into spooky month next month. So, yeah. So what was this? Them peoples on the interwebs. Hey, it's Bluto. How's it going, dude? Them peoples on the interwebs can't function without drama, negativity, and contrarianism. That certainly seems to be the case, doesn't it? So, on occasion, people will catch me in a bad mood, and I'll just, well, you guys probably read the comments and have a little chuckle to yourself. Occasionally they'll catch me in a bad mood and I'll just rip them a new asshole like it's going out of style. Other times I'll just, delete the comment and block the person. But no, there was one that was on one of the recent videos was he was being judgy McJudge face and I ripped into him and then he ripped back into me and then I ripped into him again and basically just laid the whole thing out. It's like, look, if you guys saw my previous live stream, you'll know the basics of this story. But the short version is, the past year has been hell for me, mentally, emotionally, and just generally. So that's why I haven't done a lot of my regular videos. I just haven't felt up to doing regular videos. It's only like over the course of the summer I've been slowly getting back on the horse and working on new content. You guys have seen a trickling of new Multimedia Chronicles in between all the other stuff, and you know, that's that. So I'm at a point now up here and whatnot that I feel like getting back into it. So that's what we're doing. So I've been working on a whole new batch of closer looks. You can ask most of the guys in the chat here. They've been seeing the whole process over on Twitch. I do behind-the-scenes stuff like this over there all the time. So, you know, feel free to stop by anytime. So, wow, Bluto is really out of touch. The murder chair, as everyone likes to call it, is right there. I keep it for guests. This chair was a gift from a viewer. This one. Who felt I could use a more modernized looking chair for my videos. Something a little more professional. So that was that, yeah. Their heads would explode if they had the capacity to enjoy anything as it is. Well, yeah, I know, exactly. Well, look at, I mean, prime example, look at how many people are losing their minds over She-Hulk twerking in the latest episode. Like, yeah, that's the kind of goofy shit She-Hulk does. Have you never read a fucking comic book in your entire life? She-Hulk isn't just a girl Hulk. No. She's a goofy comedy character like Deadpool, basically. She's like Deadpool, but not as raunchy. You know, she breaks the fourth wall, does silly things like twerking with a rap star, and whatnot. I mean, there's countless examples of shit like that throughout her, like, 40-plus year history in the comics. That's just the kind of character she is. So, me personally, I'm loving it. But, you know, the internet, they're saying, like, this is, usually, like, a shot from Iron Man. It's like, this is how the MCU started. And, you know, Iron Man was pretty serious with a little bit of humor. And then they show and this is the state of the MCU now. And it's a picture of She-Hulk twerking. And I'm like, wow, you guys just don't get Marvel at all. Like, that's Marvel. That's what the comics are like. Some of them are serious, some of them are silly. I mean, they were doing Not Brand Ech and Foom back in the 60s, which were just full-out parody, and What The, and, you know, countless other ones over the years, you know, so, there was another one, I can't remember off the top of my head, but anyway, it's just what they do. I mean, it's like certain characters are comedy characters, certain characters are more serious, and yes, they do intermesh. She-Hulk in the comics was a member of the Avengers for a while. Yes, the Avengers. She-Hulk, fourth wall breaking character in the Avengers. She was part of the original Marvel superhero Secret War. Hey, we got Secret Wars coming up. Bet she's going to be in that. She was in the Fantastic Four for a while when they were switching members around a lot. And she's had a lot of solo adventures, so I don't know. So, that was a bit of a ramble. But anyway, I'm enjoying She-Hulk immensely, so much so, I picked up the Epic collection of comics that they put out recently, which has a bunch of those. Like, just read that one Epic collection, and you'll have a pretty good handle on what She-Hulk's all about, you know. It's good stuff. There is a Comic Book Wednesday update coming up where I talk about that, so it's going to be not this week, obviously, because it's Wednesday, and Wednesday's almost over. Next week, here, I'll give you a little preview. Next week, next Wednesday, Comic Book Wednesday, I got 3 Epic collections of Moon Knight, so I'm going to talk about that. And then the following week will be She-Hulk and one of the latest Incredible Hulk Epic collections, the most recent one that they put out. Sorry, I can't see. Is there cuss words in there? We need to he says we need to start shoving nerds into lockers again. Okay, Mr. Jock Boy. The jocks are still butthurt that the nerds ended up winning in the end. Sorry. Gotta go with the flow. They're just mad that they weren't there at the start, where didn't have their rite of passage like the rest of us. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, so that was, so I'm enjoying the show, but I can't help but laugh at seeing how much people are just losing their minds over that scene. And the irony of it is, I mean, let's be honest here. If it had been Deadpool doing that scene, nobody would have said a damn thing. They would have laughed at it like, ha, that's funny. But, no, they just don't, because is this another one of those misogyny things, because it's two women being empowered and having a bit of fun for themselves, taking something that is normally sexual and objectifying, but doing it for fun for themselves, that's somehow offensive. But then they'll say, oh no, it just wasn't funny, it was just stupid. It's like, okay, fine, humor's subjective. Moving on. You know, like, get over yourselves. Get over yourselves, people. What is it? These fools will lose it when Howard the Duck shows up on a permanent basis. Oh, I so hope so. Are you a fan of the comics? I love the Howard the Duck comics, like the old Steve Gerber ones and stuff. Those are so good. Like, legit quality writing and laugh out loud funny. But they keep trying to bring Howard back. They were supposed to do, like, there was going to be an animated series or something that Kevin Smith was involved with, but it was one of several projects that got canned when they were sort of reshuffling everything, unfortunately. But I know there's a lot of people that keep pushing to bring Howard back in some form. There was that terrific series written by Chip Zdarsky that came out a few years ago after the recent Secret Wars event, well, from a few years ago, and that was really good. But in terms of being on our screen, I mean, we basically got that cameo at the end of the first Guardians of the Galaxy movie, but that was it. That was it. What else did we got? Nothing. Well, we got the amazing movie from 1986. I actually have a big soft spot for that movie, basically because it's the only Howard we've ever had, really, other than the comics. So I'll take what I can get. Plus, it's just cheesy fun. I mean, that was cheesy when it came out. Was he in Guardians Volume 2 as well? It's been a while since I watched that one, so I might be a little fuzzy on the cameos. But yeah, so hopefully hopefully Howard will get his due. I mean, that movie is so long ago, and that's, for the longest time, that was all people knew of Howard, and it's unfortunate because the comics are genuinely good, and worth checking out, and I hate that the movie and the sort of reputation of the movie kind of soured the character in the eyes of a lot of people. It's like, oh, it's a talking duck, that's stupid. It's like, what, you never watched Daffy Duck or Donald Duck or any other numbers of ducks walking the DuckTales? Like, come on. But somehow with Howard, it's just unacceptable. What the hell's going on over there? Alright. Anyway. Yeah. So we seemed to have a pretty good time the last time I did one of these YouTube streams, so I thought we'd give it another try, just kind of see how it goes. You know, we had fun, had some good conversation, made a few bucks, so I thought, well, let's see, maybe we'll kind of divide things up. I'll do, you know, still kind of do most of my live streaming over on Twitch, but I thought maybe once or twice a week we could pop onto YouTube, touch base with you guys. Either just do a chill and chat, or we just sit and shoot the shit about whatever. Sit and shoot the shit. That's a nice ring to it. Or something like this, where we just do some filming. What's going on over there? What are you doing? I don't know what's going on. Anyway, or maybe do, I got like, a whole bunch of scary games in the queue that I want to play for Halloween, but I've only done a couple of them so far, so I want to kind of jump into that. So I don't know, like I could do some of them here, just do a live stream of the scary games, and then there you go. Or do them over on Twitch, and then what I usually do is I'll do them on Twitch, and then I'll chop them up into episodes for YouTube. But some of them I could just do as just a straight up live stream here. I mean, it really depends. I mean, we'll see what see what you guys might like. Maybe do a bit of both. I mean, there's a few of them are pretty short games, I think, so they might be suitable for just one-off live streams. I don't know. We'll see. Oh, he's in 2 episodes of What If. That's right. I knew there was something. I knew there was something else Howard was in. I couldn't remember. But, yeah. Perhaps. Perhaps, says Giant Wrench Man. You know, it doesn't matter how much or how little you say, Carlatin. It's going to be the Giant Wrench, regardless. Why does it do that? It's so ridiculous. What is it? I larfed pretty good when Wong asked the parole board if they heard of what? Of Kumite? Yeah. Oh my God, Carlatin, I'm trying to read the chat, and you just spammed it all off the screen, so. I have not played the Cowabunga collection yet, because I don't own it yet. I would definitely like to get that, though. It looks like a pretty sweet collection. A little disappointing they weren't able to get the rights for the original cartoon theme for the arcade game, but apparently that is a rights entanglement nightmare right now. Where are you going? Ugh. Where are you going? Rosie, ladies and gentlemen. Where are you going? What are you doing? Okay, there she is. Rosie buzzed her hair and just went to... Oh, you're watching the stream while you're streaming to your friends on Discord. Streamception. Yeah. So you just started school today?
Grade 10.
Or 2 days ago? Technically today was the first full day. Grade 10. That's crazy. Do you remember that video I did back in 2007 where I was sitting in the chair in that condo that Annetta and I were in very briefly in Calgary, talking about how I was going to be a dad? There she is. So, and she's doing great, as far as I know. Are you doing great?
Mm.
Excellent. She's breaking the 4th wall. Yeah, she's breaking a few walls, I think. 4th, 5th, and 6th walls. Hey, Tony, good news to tell you. I got more John Carpenter movies from Shout Factory. Excellent. Yeah, they do. They have some nice editions of those. I've got a few of them. Jesus, Rosie is now the same age I was when I discovered the channel. Where's my Geritol? Yeah, don't be a stranger, guys. I'm over on Twitch all the time, and you can find the link in all my videos, and I put it at the end of all the videos. It's in the descriptions. So yeah, if you want to hang out and shoot the shit and whatever, then feel free to do so. And be sure to pick up your trash and make sure your fires are extinguished. No, hold on a second. Yeah. There. Anyway, we need to film some stuff. That's why we're here. As much as I love just chatting, you guys want videos, and well, there's not going to be any videos if I don't film them. Film them. What? What do you want? Yes?
Hi.
Can I help you?
No.
Excellent. You should put Netflix on there, finish Sandman. You should put Netflix on there and finish Sandman. Is your computer still dead?
Yeah. I ripped the guts out of it.
Oh, did you? Where's the hard drive?
It's on my table.
Okay. What else did you rip out of it?
There's 2 little...
Oh, the RAM sticks?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was just the things that you unscrew from the back, right?
You are not invisible, David. Hello. You just weren't saying much. I know that feeling. Sometimes I feel invisible. I hate that. I'm sorry that perhaps I made you feel that way. Ranger Z, yeah. Hey, Movie Mike, how's it going, dude? Popcorn Classics, am I allowed to dual stream now? That is a very good question. Let me try to clarify any confusion about that. Because Twitch recently announced that partners were now allowed to stream on multiple platforms. Now, what that means is, I didn't actually know this. I didn't find this out until after they lifted that stipulation. But what that means is, if you're a Twitch partner, you can now stream on other platforms as well, but not simulcast. You can't stream at the same time. So, like, I'm not streaming this on Twitch right now at the same time. I'm only streaming it here on YouTube. Likewise, when I stream on Twitch, I don't simulcast to YouTube. See, I'm an affiliate there. I'm not a partner. I'm a partner here. But yeah, they haven't lifted the ban on simulcasting, but they have lifted the ban on streaming on different platforms. So you can now stream on, what is it? So like on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, all of those. I think you can simulcast to, like, from Twitch to TikTok and I think Facebook Reels, like their vertical live streaming, but that's it for some reason.
We get called the Real Addams Family.
The what? We're the Real Addams Family? We kind of are, yes.
I definitely take that as a compliment.
Absolutely. Thank you, Evil Nerd. And AKA Jeff. Yes, I think Michael, the collector, mentioned that earlier, Ventura. Thank you. Or is it Ventura or Ventura? Ventura, I think. Yeah. Anyway, Twitch messaged me on the Twitch app informing me they are removing the host feature. Yes, they are. I'm actually a little annoyed by that.
Cronenberg's thing is showing up weird in the chat.
I know. We don't know why. We don't know how to fix that. It's just like
a giant thing.
It's a ginormous wrench. I am a moderator. You will listen to me. I am dominating the chat.
I am Big Wrench Man.
I am Big Wrench Man. Yeah. But yeah, that's basically, yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. Like, Twitch is making a lot of changes lately, and some of them are good, like, you know, opening it up for partners to be able to stream on more platforms, which I think is good. I mean, I certainly like that option because it allows me to touch base with different segments of my audience. Like, look how many people are here right now. It's like 41 people here. Because, well, I have like 25K subscribers on YouTube. I don't know how many of them are still active, but I've got a lot more viewers here on YouTube than I do on Twitch. On Twitch, I've got about 3,000, so, or 3,300 or something like that. So, you know, and it didn't even occur to me until I did the previous stream here that a lot of you guys somehow weren't even aware that I was streaming on Twitch. I've been streaming on Twitch like regularly since probably 2017. So this is nothing new. I've been doing it for literally 5 years over there. Yes. So anyway, did someone just ask me if I still collect movies?
Movie Mike said still collect movies. Look behind him.
I literally just did 2 update videos. Did you miss those? I haven't been collecting as much simply due to lack of funds. You know, life needs to come first. So I do collect as funds permit. It just means I've had to be a little more selective as of late. So, hoping that, you know, touching base with the audience on both sides, on the Twitch side and on the YouTube side, will help to, you know, get the money flowing a little more. So, we'll see how it goes. I don't really have a set schedule, Movie Mike, for streaming on YouTube. Or, sorry, not Movie Mike, Tony Caruso. As of yet. I was thinking of doing it on, once or twice a week, just to kind of touch base with you guys, let you know what's going on. I actually meant to do one back in August, but I just got so swamped with other things. You don't need coffee. You're hyper enough as it is. Look how hyper she is, just bouncing off the walls.
I'm very tired.
So yeah, I'm kind of thinking of like just picking a day or two a week that and at like a set time, set day every day, and then you guys can, you'll know what's going on. So. No, Will, I have not actually seen either one yet. Again, primarily due to lack of funds. I just haven't, I'm actually a little behind on current releases. I still need to pick up the latest Halloween, Halloween Kills, and I need to, I only just picked up Dune and the Batman. Loved both of those, by the way.
How do I leave?
Go that way. There's boxes and such all over the place. Funny enough, from Amazon purchases, but mostly stuff for the house or kitties or whatever. So, the Dark House. Which one? Oh, the old Dark House, you mean? Or are you talking about a different one? We just rewatched that on the Discord, actually. The old Dark House, yes. It was fun watching that again. Didn't know this is my first time watching you live. Oh, okay. Well, welcome. Excellent. See, and right there, I mean, that's a reason for me to do these because, it touches base with you guys who may not, may not be over on the Twitch side so much. So, I definitely encourage everybody to come over to Twitch for the lives because I do them there way more often, like pretty much daily. In fact, after this stream, we're going to be heading over to Twitch and just relaxing probably with some Fortnite tonight. So I could use some stress relief. Plus the season's ending and I want to get the rest of my Battle Pass stuff. So, Fortnite, that game I do tons of videos about that everybody hates. Don't care. I like it. My channel. I'm going to post whatever the fuck I want. Yeah. That's basically, it's a stress relief and a social activity for me. I enjoy it, so that's that. Watch them if you like, don't if you don't. Doesn't matter to me. But, well, thank you, Evil Nerd. I appreciate the sub. Yeah, there we go. Thanks for tossing up the link there, Crolatin. So, because I'm Batman, because I'm Batman, because I'm What? Are you having a seizure, Michael? What's going on over there? Twitch, Batman, Twitch. Yes. I've just been watching since the first Dead Space playthrough, whenever that was. Well, I did my first impressions, what was it, 3 parts, I think, of the first little bit of it in late 2008 when the game was fairly new. And then I went and played the rest. I didn't think people would want to see me play the whole game, so I just went and played the rest of it. And then everybody was asking me to play the rest of it, so I did. So I played it again with Anetta sitting next to me, and of course you weren't getting much reaction from me because I just played the whole thing, but you were getting a lot of reactions from her. So I figured that was better than nothing. But yeah, and that's something I've been meaning to do. Is I wanted to do a 10th anniversary playthrough of Dead Space 2 last Halloween, but because of just life and everything that was going on, I just didn't feel up to it, so I didn't. So we might do that this year. I'm not sure. I have a lot of new games though that I haven't played that I really want to get to. Like I really want to do Outlast 2 because I did Outlast and Outlast Whistleblower. Those were both great. We got the Dead Space remake coming out. Definitely going to play that. We got the Callisto project from Glenn Schofield with his new company. He was the original creator of Dead Space, and that has a very Dead Space kind of feel to it as well. So. Yeah, so definitely want to play those. There's another one coming out called Scorn, which is very much based on H.R. Giger's stuff. Really want to play that. What else? One that I do want to chop up into episodes for you guys for Halloween, another sci-fi horror, was one I played recently called Moons of Madness. And it was basically a combination, like sort of Mars... it takes place on a scientific research base on Mars, and they uncover some kind of ancient alien artifacts and such. And it's very heavily based on H.P. Lovecraft. So it's basically like Lovecraftian horrors on Mars, like in a sci-fi horror setting. So that one was actually really good. I enjoyed that one a lot. So I'm gonna chop that one up for you guys for Halloween. And what else? Oh, I'm right in the middle of playing Little Nightmares 2. Loved the first Little Nightmares, as you guys know. I think I posted... Yeah, I posted everything for that last year. So I'm going to do the second one this year. So, what else was there? Oh, I got the new Amnesia. Because you guys probably know I played the first two and really enjoyed it. So, if I've seen it, I literally just finished my second viewing of the entire series today. I absolutely loved the Sandman show. I've been a huge fan of the comics for literally 30 plus years, like since the mid-90s when I first discovered them. And absolutely loved the show. I think they did an amazing job on it. And a lot of the changes they made, I thought actually worked really well. So I kind of look at it like any adaptation where it's like it's the same but different, but both work equally well, I think. So yeah, I really enjoyed it a lot. Hey, Kevin McQueary, holy shit. Talk about long-time viewers. How's it going, dude? Kevin's been around since the Dark Ages. First time joining the chat. Well, welcome. Welcome. Let's see. Yeah, basically Lovecraft in space. That's pretty much it. Yeah, that's good stuff. But yeah, I loved the Sandman show. We just did a big group viewing of it on the Discord, running it simultaneously on Netflix, of course, because we want to make sure they get the views. Definitely want to do whatever we can to help that show succeed. Apparently they do have a few contingency plans. There were some stipulations in their contracts when they got greenlit that if Netflix should happen to decide not to renew it, they have the option to shop it around to other streaming services. So, be their loss. I mean, but I don't think we're in any danger of not getting a second season because, I mean, it was the #1 show for what? Almost an entire month? #1 for a month? The only one I can think of that came close to that was Squid Game, which was awesome, by the way. I really liked Squid Game. But, yeah. So, I don't know. We'll have to check it out. Crimes of the Future. Okay. I will have to check that out as well. Oh, I think, is that a movie or game? The name sounds familiar. Yeah. I'm sure second season is a lock. We're basically just waiting for the official word, right? So, yeah. I don't think Michael Myers will never die. I have read the Sandman comics, yeah. Yeah, basically, I mean, if you like the show, read the comics. I've been saying this for years. Read the comics. Even if you don't normally read comics, read the comics. It's so good. It's basically a fairy tale for grown-ups, and it's just so damn good. The Riddler in the back. Oh yeah, I thought he was great. Like, what an interesting take on it. Like, got a bit of a Jigsaw vibe from him there. Like, very creepy, very genuinely scary, and just, yeah, really good. I really enjoyed. Oh, David Cronenberg, of course. Yeah, I knew I'd heard that name before. Yeah. It's based on one of his shorts, isn't it? Like, it's based on one of his, like, first ever, like, short films. I can't remember if I have that one. Let me check. I think Criterion put it as an extra on one of their Blu-rays. Let's see here. I've got a couple of them. I've got Scanners and Videodrome. And is it on one of these? No. Videodrome has Camera from 2000. And Scanners has Stereo from 1969, which is Cronenberg's first feature film. I don't think it's full feature length, though. I think it's like about an hour long, if that. So, yeah, I guess I don't have it. But, or I don't have the original, anyway. Yeah, there's a lot of Cronenberg I need to get caught up on, actually. I've mostly just seen his older stuff. I did pick up Shivers when, is it Shivers? I think it was Shivers. When, Vestron put it out. But, there's still a few others I need. I still need to get The Brood. There's one or two more from Criterion. Oh, and there was that one he did with, William S. Burroughs. Naked Lunch, I think. Yeah, so... definitely a lot to get caught up on. But it's a new story, and it's on The Brood. Okay, that's the one. Yeah, I knew there was another one on one of the Criterions. I couldn't remember which one it was. Yeah, so I need to pick that one up. Yeah, I still need to grab Halloween Kills. Oh, if I need an early Halloween present? Sure. The only thing is, a lot of people have been asking, Sean, when are you going to start collecting 4K? Well, I've started collecting 4K, basically. Sort of going for... This is very recent, by the way. Going forward, I figure I should start future-proofing the collection a little bit, and any new stuff I get, if it's in 4K, I'll get it in 4K. So, I got the 4K of Halloween 2018, so I want to get the 4K of the others as well as they come out. I'm probably not going to bother upgrading the old ones because I've got the big box set, and that's fine for now. So, not double dipping for 4K per se, but new stuff. Getting 4K as we go, so. You actually got them because of me? Nice. Very good. Yeah, the Criterion of Scanners is very nice, and I also, around the same time I picked that up, I grabbed the double feature that Scream Factory had out of Scanners 2 and 3, which I think is out of print now. I got it, like, right on the cusp of it going out of print. Okay, so this is probably obvious, and I think I know the answer, but I gotta ask anyways. Classic Doctor Who Season 2 Blu-ray. Have you heard this through the grapevine? And if so, then how? Yes. I basically hear about those the second they're announced. Like, yes. I'm very much in the loop with stuff like that. We also have a Doctor Who board on my Discord where other Whovians post news as it drops. So, as well as all kinds of, fan art and stuff like that. Lots of fun. But, yes, my only disappointment with that is apparently, after all this time and all this waiting, they decided not to even bother animating the only 2 missing episodes from that season. Namely episodes, 3 and 4? Or 2 and 3 and... Is it 2 and 4? 2 and 4, I think, of The Crusade. So, we're just getting a basic-ass photo reconstruction, which is very disappointing. So, I have not seen Parasite yet. It's been on my radar for a while. But, I'll have to check that out. Oh, well, that was one of the reasons I picked it up, was the new Vestron titles are just ridiculously cheap. Yeah, I remember now. It was Shivers was released the same time as Little Monsters, and that was like, it had been like, what, a couple years, I think, since we'd had a Vestron release, to the point where people were wondering if they were even doing them anymore. And then suddenly they dropped Little Monsters and Shivers, really nice editions, loaded with extras, and dirt cheap. Like, as you say, like $10. I don't think I've seen those go for more than $12, you know? So, yeah, and that just seems to be the way. They're just releasing the new ones cheaper, but the older ones remain more expensive for some reason. Is it... Yeah, I thought it was episodes 2 and 4. I can't remember either. I'd have to look it up. But I actually have the Crusade a few times over. Where is it here? Yeah. Of course, I've got it on the Lost in Time DVD. Let me see. This one should say. Yeah, it's episodes 2 and 4, the missing ones. And then, I got the VHS, which comes with a CD of the full audio of the 2 missing episodes. Not narrated, though, I don't think. Yeah, no, it's not narrated. So, that's that. Oh God, my most prized possession in the collection. I don't know that there's really any one specifically. I mean, one that I'm actually doing a fresh look at would of course be this one, the Blade Runner briefcase set. And one that I still get a lot of messages about, the Invader Zim set. There we go. What else? God, I don't even know. We got the Transformers. I mean, really, a lot of the big sort of limited edition box sets would probably be my most prized possessions. Because they're basically impossible to get now. But, yeah, no, I mean, it's hard to narrow it down to just one, because, I mean, as you guys know, I have pretty eclectic tastes. I mean, obviously I lean a lot towards horror and sci-fi stuff, comic book stuff, but, cartoons, a lot of cartoons, this whole shelf is cartoons, but, yeah, I mean, it varies. I mean, I'd say there's quite a lot of treasures here by now. I mean, just about, you know, a good percentage of my collection is probably out of print stuff by this point. But that just shows the fleeting nature of physical media. They go out of print and get replaced by other editions or what have you. Yeah, I really hope they animate Marco Polo. That would be sad. Popey129 says, I hope we get a new Friday the 13th. Yeah, that seems to be the rumor right now, eh? That we might be getting a new one finally. I hope so. I hope we get at least one. Because if we get one, then, if you include Freddy vs. Jason, of course, that means we'll have had 13 Friday the 13th movies. And there's symmetry to that. I would like that. So, we shall see. Oh, Final Destination. Boy, I don't think I've seen those movies since I did those videos. And I never saw the 5th one, actually. I never got around to seeing that one. I heard it was a lot better than 4. But, yeah, I enjoyed those quite a bit. I thought they were a fun kind of twist on... you know, I mean, I hesitate to say serial killer, but I mean, essentially that's what it was. It was basically a slasher movie, but except with death as a non-corporeal force of nature, trying to right the balance. And I liked that. It was fun. And I like the first 3 almost equally, actually. I know a lot of people don't, but Like I enjoyed the third one kind of as almost as a horror comedy. You know, I think it's got a lot of dark humor in it that I really liked, but some people don't. Most people seem to just like the first one or the first two. I see a lot of memes about the driving behind a truck carrying logs, bringing up nightmare paranoia about Final Destination 2, but yeah. What is it? The Because I'm Batman thing, I was referencing a very funny short where someone took Michael Giacchino's Batman theme and was saying that to the theme. Oh, okay. Well, that, I mean, without context, dude, none of us would have had any idea what you were talking about. So thank you. Thank you for explaining. So is it? So when did you decide to start collect media, like that? Was it a decision you made, or did it just happen over the years? It kind of just happened, but originally, I started back in the days of VHS, actually, and it was really just to have, certain shows or movies that I liked in better quality than what you could get by recording them off TV. So I collected a bunch of the original Transformers VHS tapes, a single episode per tape for the low price of $25. Can you imagine paying $25 for a single episode? That was cheap. Actually, if there was 3 episodes on it, you'd be looking at about $40 to $50 typically. If there was 5, oh, that's 60, 70, easy. It's like they charge by the episode, I swear. But anyway, so it started with that, and then I got the VHS release of the original Channel 4 movie of Max Headroom, and that was kind of where it started. I just loved having them in better quality. So when I would record things off TV, I would always record them in SP, short play, for the higher picture quality and sound quality. And then I just started buying the pre-recorded stuff all the time. And then I got into Laserdisc. I started collecting that, DVD, Blu-ray, and it just kind of evolved out of that. So thank you, Darkblade. Well, that's actually very intentional. I'll let you in on a little secret. The trick to that, to have your videos remain relevant indefinitely, is don't be topical. That's it. So if you're talking about current events or things in the news, those are going to be dated. That's why I don't do a lot of topical videos, or topical streams. Well, I guess the streams are a little more topical because it's, sometimes we'll talk about whatever's going on that day. But if I'm just like pulling something off my shelf, and it's like, here, we're going to talk about this specific Blu-ray edition of this specific movie, then that's eternal. That will always be a video about that specific Blu-ray, So somebody who found this in a bargain shop and wants to, get someone's thoughts on it can look up my video, and there it is. Hey, I found a video about Scoop, the 2009 Blu-ray edition from Australia, or wherever the hell this one's from. Anyway, this is not Australia, or maybe it is. Is it? I can't. Yeah, it is. It is Australia. Okay, so I thought. Anyway, so that's the secret. Is basically just talk about specific things, but not necessarily things that are tied to a specific time, if you will. So, like, you can talk about comic books, and I mean, those comic books will exist forever. So if you're just discovering, the first 12 issues of Spider-Man and you want to talk about it, I mean, that's something that will always be relevant, because there will always be Spider-Man fans who want to look at more videos about Spider-Man comics, and and especially something where it's somebody discovering that thing for the first time, something that they might have been a fan of for a long time. See somebody's first time reactions to it, and you get that sort of freshness. That's always fun. So, that's that. I did see the Invisible Man movie from Blumhouse. I'm not going to say anything about it because it's on the review slate for this year. So, stay tuned. So don't mind Final Destination films. 3 and 4 especially are a cheese fest, but I still... Well, that's the thing. I mean, 3 I think is very intentionally cheesy. Like, that's by design. 4, I think they were trying to do a proper Final Destination movie, but it just wasn't executed very well. I think I said this in the video. Like, when I watched it, I could see how tailored it was specifically for 3D. And of course, I don't have the 3D edition, so it's just every time something would happen, I'm like, wow, that looks like it would have been cool in 3D. Oh, that looks like it would have been cool in 3D. So I think that movie would be a lot more enjoyable in 3D, quite frankly, because then you get all the 3D gags and things flying at you and stuff. But yeah, the first 3 I think are pretty solid. I like those. Final Destination. Yeah, so this is the loaded question, isn't it? What's it? Potsy147 says, how do you feel about physical media in 2022? Is it in a healthy state, or do you worry about the future? I think, I mean, there's no question that it is, less in the mainstream now than it used to be. Like, I remember going to Future Shop and Best Buy, and it was just aisles and aisles and aisles of DVDs, and then later Blu-rays. And over the past, like, decade, that's gone down less and less and less. The last time I was in Best Buy, they don't even have they reduced it to like a single aisle on both sides, and then it was a single aisle on one side, and now, and a couple end caps, and they'd have a bargain end cap by the tills or something. Now all they have is 2 islands. Oh, sorry, no. Last time I was in there, they had 1 island. 1 island that wasn't even fully stocked. Like, there was, like, empty slots all over this thing. And I'm like, that's it? And it was only new releases, and not even all the new releases, and only studio stuff, no boutique labels. No, honestly, it's gotten to the state where you want a good selection of physical media, Walmart. It's like Walmart is the last holdout. And here in Canada also we have Sunrise Records, which is quite good. They carry a lot of the boutique stuff. But the problem is, and I've been saying this for literally 10 years, the big box stores, it's definitely dead in the big box stores. Like, it's not even dying, it is full on dead in the big box stores. Like, you might find a Blu-ray that is something you're looking for, but for the most part it's dead. Because the masses, en masse, are all about streaming. I guess, for the convenience. And I won't argue, it is absolutely more convenient. For sure it's more convenient. I stream stuff all the time. Because it's convenient. But the thing is, like, for people like us that collect a lot of niche stuff, streaming just doesn't cut it. Because, like, I mean, you look at my horror selection, I'd say a good 80% of that isn't on any streaming services. Like, any. Not even, like, a dedicated horror service like Shudder. Like, all those old classic movies, like Universal. Like, you might have some of the Universal ones, like the big ones, but you're not going to have any of the sequels. You're not going to have any of the Hammer stuff. You're not going to have any, like, Jess Franco or Jean Rollins films. You're not going to have any of that. And that's where it pays to collect on physical media. I mean, you get the better quality, you get a ton of extras, and, well, you just get the movies, because they just don't exist on streaming services. So, I like to have a balance of both, personally. So, if, I sort of see streaming services as try before you buy. So I'll check out a movie on streaming, and if I like it, I'll buy it. Because so I can have it in better quality, a nice edition. But I think what's happening is it's fading from the sort of masses and becoming more niche. So, I mean, it's not that there aren't physical media releases out there. I mean, look how much stuff is coming out every month from the boutique labels, and even from the studios. But you just don't see it in the big box stores. It's definitely dead in the big box stores. And there's fewer options where you can just go out, browse around, buy some Blu-rays, and come home with them. Now, most of the selection is online, and that's it. So if you can't buy stuff through Amazon or, order things direct from Shout Factory's website, you're screwed. So, you need to be able to buy things online now if you're going to be a collector. Simple as that. Because it's pretty much the only option for a lot of us. So like Amazon, eBay, those are the big two right there. Love them or hate them for being the big, evil empires that they are. They are fucking convenient, and they carry all the stuff that we want. So, Walgreens, yeah, I don't think we have Walgreens in Canada, but yeah. Everybody keeps. Darkblade asks, have you ever hit up your dollar stores for movies? You can actually find some gems. Yeah, see, everybody keeps telling me that, so I keep looking. None of the dollar stores in my area carry movies. They have in the past. I did pick up a few like random Blu-rays there before, but yeah. Oh, that Ghostbusters set. Yeah. That was a fucking travesty. I can't believe that they printed so few of those. That was ridiculous. And I missed out on it. I missed out on it. And I mean, I've literally been a Ghostbusters fan since it was originally in theaters. I saw it in 1984 in theaters with my best friend when I was 12. I would have loved to have that set because it was, for the first time, we got a proper deluxe set with alternate cuts of the first two, like the TV cuts of the first two, loads of extras never before released. Why was that limited? Why was that limited? And limited so severely, might I add. And then, the scalpers, dude, read the description. Read the description of this very live stream. and look at what I'm doing right here in front of you. That's, camera, mic, Blu-rays. It's not just a mess. Those are ones I'm doing videos about. And I don't know why people think I'm not doing Multimedia Chronicles videos. I put out a bunch in July. So, yeah, I don't know, they're coming. I mean, at the very least, if I don't do videos all year, the one thing you can always rely on is Halloween. I will always do Multimedia Chronicles videos around Halloween, if nothing else. I try to get them out during the year as well, but I mean, this has been a terrible year, as most of you guys know. If you want to know why, watch the previous live stream, and to get all the details there. The one that's called The Phoenix Rises. That'll give you all the info. But yes. Sorry, I don't look at the description. Okay. Well, what's the title of this stream? I forget what I titled it. Isn't it a behind-the-scenes stream? Behind the scenes of Zaranyzerak or something? I don't know. Anyway. Yeah, if it's behind the scenes, I'm making videos. So, anyway. Not to be snippy about it. My apologies. Yes, I'm making more Multimedia Chronicles videos. The ones we're working on right now, well, about to, because you see, this always happens. I get sucked into delightful conversation and I don't get any work done. So, yeah. Anyway, we'll try to get a few things done once we kind of just calm down a little bit. But it's exciting. It's fun for me too to touch base with you guys because we don't get to just kind of chat like this very often. I get so used to the Twitch side, like doing the stuff on Twitch, and you know, I definitely think I should be doing them on YouTube more often, because I seem to get a lot more people watching here who you know, want to see what's going on and stuff like that. So yeah, I wanted that Ghostbusters set something fierce. So yeah. Oh, sorry, someone was asking me about Little Nightmares. Yes. I did actually. Kevin McCreary was asking if I played any Five Nights at Freddy's games. I have all of them. I actually did do a playthrough of the first one a while ago. That was freaking terrifying. I did do Night 6, by the way. I did do Night 6. And I don't think I posted the video of it. I need to find that and chop it down. But I thought if I'm going to do that, I should do some of the sequels as well. I don't want to just post that one video. You know. But yeah, what was it? Yeah, that Ghostbusters set. It's the trilogy set they put out recently in the box that looked like a containment unit. So or looked like the ghost trap. So yeah. Anyway, it was so freaking limited that if you didn't pre-order it, you didn't get it. Simple as that. It was sold out the day of release. Like, that's fucked up. I'm sorry. Like, you're Sony, for God's sake. Why did you make it so limited? And it was Ghostbusters. Ghostbusters, something we've never had a proper deluxe setup, ever. Oh, yeah, there's a handful of extras on the Blu-rays, but quite honestly, a pretty pathetic selection. And it's been like that forever. So they finally put out a decent set, go to all this trouble to dig into the archives and pull all this cool stuff out, and they make it so limited that, like I said, if you didn't pre-order it, you were screwed. You couldn't get it. So, I didn't get it. I just don't understand. So, I actually haven't seen that one. Ghostbusters Answer the Call, as they retitled it. I have it on my shelf. I still haven't watched it. Yeah. The only issue, I think, and I think this is the issue most people had with it, wasn't the fact that they did an all-girl team. That's fine. Do an all-girl team. But don't do it as a reboot or remake. You know, just do it as an alternate universe or something. Like, on this Earth, this is how the Ghostbusters happened. You know, that's basically how they treated it in the comic books. Those wonderful comics that IDW does. They just had it as another team from another universe, essentially, like the Ghostbusters multiverse, essentially. You know, so you got that. You got the real Ghostbusters in there, and some of the other ones I can't remember, but. They have like a European team and, you know, all kinds of stuff like that. So, I don't know. Kamen Rider, which one? Kamen Rider Kuga? Yeah, I haven't seen any of Kamen Rider. Everybody tells me it's awesome. I have not actually seen very much Tokusatsu stuff. It just kind of passed me by. I mean, I did see a bit of Power Rangers, obviously, when it first came on. I really didn't like Power Rangers. Specifically, I didn't like the Americanization of it. I felt like they really dumbed it down, especially when I found out a little bit more about Super Sentai, the shows that it was based on. And, yeah, I'd love to see the original Super Sentai shows, but I don't have any of them. It's just, yeah, maybe someday. I did get Gridman, though. One of my viewers sent me the Blu-ray of Gridman. So I'm looking forward to checking that one out. That's the one that Superhuman Samurai Cyber Squad is based on. So, looking forward to that. Yarg! The, what? The Television World guy. Oh, the guy who changes his name every 5 minutes. Hey, how's it going? But they're all kind of similar, so I still can, you know who it is. So yeah, I think they really dropped the ball on that Ghostbusters set. So what I would love to see is a re-release, like a non-limited re-release of just the contents of that, like some kind of slimmed down packaging or something. So then what the limitedness ends up being is just the big deluxe packaging, and that's it. But otherwise, all the, perfect example, take an example from Warner Brothers. We had this, the big expensive limited set full of goodies. And oh, you missed out on that? No problem. You can still get all the contents on this. All the exact same contents on these discs. Why don't they do that? That would make a lot of people real happy. And hey, Sony, money on the floor. Pick it up. So, yeah, if they do that, then I'll snap that up, obviously, just like I did with the Blade Runner set. But I think they should. I hope they do. Because it's really not fair. It really isn't. Yes, I am bitching and moaning because I missed out on it. But, anyway. Don't watch Answer the Call. It's really bad and insulting to fans. I'll watch it in the frame of mind I just described. I'll watch it as an alternate universe thing. I mean, because we know we're not getting any sequels to it. Like, it bombed hard. I hear the new one's great, though. And the thing is, like, I thought the cast was great for it. I mean, they got some really funny ladies to be the Ghostbusters in that. So, I don't know. And I like Paul Feig's stuff. He was the guy who brought us Freaks and Geeks. You know? So, I mean, the guy's not a hack. So, I don't know. I own it. I'll watch it. Yeah, I've heard Afterlife is amazing. That it's the Ghostbusters 3 we always wanted. Or let's say Ghostbusters 4 with Ghostbusters the video game being Ghostbusters 3. Huh? Right? Am I right? So I thought Ghostbusters the video game was the Ghostbusters sequel we'd always wanted. But it was like the equivalent of getting like 6 sequels because it's so long. It's a long form game. And it was just amazing. I loved that game. I need to play the remaster of it, actually. I got it for free from one of the... Was it Epic Games? I can't remember. Because Epic gives away free games every week. And sometimes they're really good ones, too. So, yeah. You just like 1 and 2? Have you played the game? The Ghostbusters video game? Because that was the last time we got Harold Ramis as Egon. It had all 4 of them. All 4 of them came back for it. It had Annie Potts in it. It had... what else? It had what's-his-face? Walter Peck. The guy who played Walter Peck. He was in it. Basically, anybody they could get their hands on was in it. And it was written by Dan Aykroyd and Harold Ramis, I believe. They co-wrote it, so... Star Trek, the new releases of the movies, absolutely 110% yes. I don't want to miss out on that Star Trek the Motion Picture set, the one that has, because it's the only one that has all 3 cuts. So you got the theatrical cut, the new remaster of the director's edition, and the special longer version. That's my favorite version, and it's the only place you can get it is in that big frickin' set. But honestly, I'm glad to finally see the motion picture get some love. I've always felt that it's been wrongfully neglected and disliked. I always really liked the motion picture. But and then I do want to get the set of the 6 movies as well. So, how's the filming coming along? Yeah. How long have we been? I don't even know how long we've been going. I can check. But, yeah, I figure everybody's going to want to chat, so we'll chat for a little bit, and then we'll try to get some work done. Yeah, you should definitely check out the game. It's very, very good. It really just feels like a Ghostbusters 3. They even got Bill Murray back for it, you know? 85 minutes, really? God, time flies when you're having fun, eh? It's our fault. We keep distracting Z. Yes. Well, what I'll do is I'll close the chat window when we get to doing some filming, and then we'll go from there. What time is it? Let me just check the time here. I don't want to run too late. It's 8:15. So let's say 5 minutes. Yeah, honestly, I think it's the only way is just to outright ignore everybody. That's the problem. Is I'm so sociable for being such an antisocial bastard. So is it the 2009 release? Yeah, but see, the problem with the old releases, like all the 2009 Blu-rays, and is they're terrible. The transfers that they used for those were actually 1080p transfers that were originally made and heavily DNR'd and overprocessed for the purpose of using them as DVD masters. So they always have the master format be one level of quality above whatever the target format is, right? So DVD, they would do 1080p masters, DNR the hell out of them because standard def MPEG-2 compression does not handle fine detail well. It would create more artifacting. So they just smeared all the detail away, and then it looks fine on DVD. But then they took those smearfest transfers and just dumped them onto Blu-ray in 2009. Yeah, in 2009. And that's the versions that they've had ever since. Like, they've just been repackaging and recycling those same garbage transfers for how many years ago is that? Like 13 years ago? So for 13 years, we've just had these garbage transfers. The only good one we got was when they re-released Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan for the 50th anniversary and did the remastered director's cut. And the only reason they did that was apparently because out of the original 6, it was the one where the film was deteriorating the worst. So they needed to do a restoration on it, or they might have lost those elements forever. So they did that, and that one looks great. And that's the one that they've been using ever since. And that's the one that's on the new Blu-rays, as far as I know. But so this new set that they put out, they finally did full, from the ground up remasters of all the original movies. We're getting the rest of them it's early next year, I think, sometime next year. All the next generation ones. It was mainly the original crew ones had really problematic transfers. So finally, we've got new transfers. The old 2009 transfers have been retired. The new Blu-rays that are out now are the new transfers, the same ones that they're using. See, they use the 4K masters for the Blu-rays and the 4Ks. So, there you go. So it's definitely worth upgrading, is my point. If all you have is the old 2009 transfers, it's definitely worth upgrading. So, yeah. I didn't waste my money on them, honestly. I bought the director's cut of Star Trek II, and I bought both versions. I got the version with the editing problem, and then I got the corrected version that came out later, so I have both of them. I guess the erroneous version is probably something of a collector's item now, isn't it? Because it's now technically the rare one, but probably not worth anything, though. But, yeah, so, I don't know. The DVD editions, yeah. See, for the 10 movies, I have the old 2-disc DVD collector's editions that they put out back in the early, like in 2000, I think. And those are fine. Those are lovely. That's the last time I watched them. Actually, was when what was it? Annetta and I, we were in Calgary, just talking about that when Rosie came along, and we didn't have a TV, but Annetta had a nice, good-sized laptop with a 17.5-inch screen. So we sat in the kitchen in this condo in Calgary, and we watched all 10 Star Trek movies on her laptop, just all the DVD editions, and that was it. Hey, no worries. Sorry, I can't see your name from here. Mr. Insano. Love that name. Mr. Insano1234, thank you so much, dude. Thanks for coming out. Now get back to work, Parker. Bring me more pictures of Spider-Man. Yes. We'll talk amongst ourselves while you... Well, that's true. I mean, there's like 50 of you there. I'm sure you can find something to talk about. And, you know, all collectively critique and laugh at my flubs as I try to stumble my way through some videos. So you guys will get to see just how terrible I actually am and how much I fix in the editing. Not really. Usually what happens when I do a batch of videos like this, the first couple will be a little bit, you know, shaky and you know, a lot of flubs and stuff as I kind of get in the groove. But then once we get a couple done, then I get in the swing of it, and I can just kind of blow through a bunch. When we were doing the tabletop segments for this, I don't even know how many. I did like 20 of them in a day one time. Like, it just had this crazy marathon of filming, and it was awesome. Hey August, how's it going? YouTube? What is YouTube? Yeah, all my Twitch regulars are here. They're a little out of sorts because I'm here and not on Twitch. We are going to go on Twitch later. I figure after hopefully getting some work done, we're going to unwind just with some Fortnite and play with whoever's around and have a good time. What's this? Have I commented on someone's... What? Who's Panda going on about? I love how I have such an exciting thumbnail for this. Oh my god, Twitter, it was me! I logged into my account. Never mind. Anyway, where are we going here? Befuddled? Yeah, it was just a little one. Star Trek 2, when they did the director's cut, there was... Which was it? It was a reaction shot. If I remember correctly, it was during the Kobayashi Maru scene at the beginning, where Savick is doing the Kobayashi Maru test, and Sulu is you know, at the main console in the front, and I forget what it was. Savick gives them some order or something, and Sulu just kind of looks at the guy sitting next to him and just like makes this like reaction face, and then turns back to his console. For whatever reason, like, I always remember that because it was just kind of a funny little reaction. It's just one of those random things that stuck in my head from all the times I've seen the movie, and yeah, it's like it's just not there. Like, it just kind of cuts to, I think it cuts to the view screen or something, and it's just totally missing that reaction shot. And I think there was something else too. There was like two things that were missing. And, of course, you know, Star Trek fans, they know every frickin' frame of those movies and every episode of the show. So if there is anything amiss, they are going to scream to the heavens about it. So needless to say, Paramount got absolutely bombarded when that happened. And so much so that they put out a replacement. I don't know if they offered free replacements for people, because I know I ended up buying it again when the corrected edition came out. I'll show you how to tell which one you've got. Just give me a sec here. So, yarg. So first off, the original release, like this, it has this band around it for the 50th anniversary. Okay? And on the back, UPC code. Remember that. White UPC code sticker. Alright? So this is the original release with the editing errors. As soon as it became apparent that people were pissed, this was yanked off the market. Gone. About a month later, they put out this. No 50th anniversary banner. Does it have all the texture on it? Oh yeah, no, it's exactly the same. Like the slipcover is exactly the same. You turn it around. Yellow UPC sticker. And that's literally the only way to tell which one you have. Now, I don't know if it still has the yellow sticker, but basically if you want to buy this, if you want to get it, I'm pretty sure it does. I'm pretty sure that remained a distinction. If you want to make sure you have the corrected version, you want the one with the yellow sticker, not with the white. If it's white, it's the wrong one. If it's yellow, it's the corrected one. And that's it. So there you go. And also, the erroneous one has the 50th anniversary belt, I guess you could call it. Kind of cool. It's like an O-ring around the O-ring. It's weird, but and then the corrected edition does not. So that's that, and that's how you can tell. I think I did a video about that at some point. Probably an update. It's probably in an update video. I know that's something I definitely would not have not mentioned. The blue box with all the directors and special editions. Okay. Certainly not in my DVD box set of the 10 films. Oh, the DVD... No, not the DVD set. Yeah, I think that's the first time the director's cut actually got a release. I don't know that it actually got a home video release before that. But I know that some of the other ones, I know like Star Trek 6 had an extended cut that was on VHS and DVD, I believe. And it was, I think that was kind of the standard home video version for a while, and the theatrical version was kind of the rare one. Star Trek the Motion Picture, for the longest time, the only home video version you could get was the special longer version. And the theatrical version became the rare one. Then the director's edition came out and retired all of them. And that was the only one you could get for a long time. And, yeah, it's crazy. Your Blade Runner set looks completely different. Oh, yeah, I think I've seen that over here in the UK. Yeah, but you see, that goes both ways. That goes both ways, though. I mean, like, look how garbage our Doctor Who Blu-rays are compared to the beautiful packaging you guys get. I mean, we don't even get different artwork on the discs. It's the same art on all the discs. Oh, this is one of the ones that actually has an insert. Like, look at this. We get a one-page insert, and they only did that for the first few releases. They actually don't even do that anymore. We used to get slip covers. They only did that for like 2 or 3 releases. But you look at even just the non-limited releases. Nice slip box. Oh, we got different artwork. Holy crap! We got the TARDIS on there, and if you go inside, we got a booklet, an actual proper booklet, and individual art for all the stories, and then we got the TARDIS console on the inside. Like, it's so different. It's so much better. To the point where if I had the money, I would actually just love to get all these non-limited editions. Just all of them. They look so much nicer. So, yeah, it goes both ways. You guys get some stuff that's better than ours. We get some stuff that's better than yours. I mean, really what it boils down to is there's your incentive to have a region-free Blu-ray player, because then you can just get whatever the best edition in the world is, you know? And a lot of people do that. So, our DVD Star Trek set has 1 through to Nemesis, so it's been out a while. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah. Was that with Kirk and the Catwoman making Whoopi? Well, I think that was the... Which one was that? Was that the 6th one? I can't remember. It's been so long since I've watched them. It was 5 or 6, I think. I think it was 6. Yeah, I think 6 was the Catwoman, wasn't it? Or they were on the prison planet for a bit after getting tossed there by the... by the Klingons. Oh, it was Star Trek 5. Okay. Shows how long it's been since I've watched those. I used to know those movies pretty much inside out and backwards. Although honestly, 5 and 6 I haven't seen as many times as the first 4. But so, what are you doing? Oh, you doing the litter? Thank God. New Kirk hiding under the bed. Oh, you're talking about the Star Trek 2009? Yeah. I still gotta watch the rest of the third one of that. Stop standing there staring at me. You're creeping me out, kid. She's just standing in the dungeon, playing with a garbage bag, staring at me. Are you still watching the stream? No. Oh, okay. Daddy got boring.
Yeah. No, it's just, I have a live stream right here, and it's really live.
Yes.
I mean, technically that's live, but it's like a 10-second delay.
Okay. Oh, I see. So you're watching the live stream from the studio audience. The studio audience of 1.
You used to actually call me your little studio audience.
Your little studio audience. So that's what it would be. I'd be doing this on stage somewhere, right? Doing a show on stage. And I'd just be like, stop looking at me, everybody. Jeez. Sold out house. The entire audience just turns away in shame. Thank you. Now I can focus. Yeah. I don't know. That's it. Star Trek 6 needs to edit that Klingon ship blowing up as it stole the scene from Star Trek. Oh, did it really? Yeah, I know there was a few cases where they did stuff like that, reused footage. Didn't Star Trek 3 reuse the warp, the Enterprise warp sequence from Star Trek 2? I swear there was a bunch of reused bits and pieces. Star Trek 3. Yeah, see, apparently we all need to watch them again because we're all forgetting things. Stop it! Now she's just staring at me even creepier. Reusing stuff is so lazy. Yeah, I know. I guess it saves money. Actually, funny enough, we were just watching, Universal. We were working our way through the Universal Monsters movies. We've been doing, private screenings of them on the Discord. And we were just watching all the Invisible Man sequels, and I noticed a couple of those reused sequences. There was a sequence involving a guinea pig where they were experimenting on it to see if they could make it visible again after making it invisible. And there was 2 of the movies used the same shot of the guinea pig becoming visible again. So it's yep, gotta save those bucks. So I will, but likely not until it hits Blu-ray. So I still need to see Halloween Kills, actually. Really like the 2018 one, though. I'm going to be rewatching those this year. I hope to... No promises, but the plan is to finally finish all those fucking Halloween reviews that have been hanging over my head for 6 years. Even grew the hair out again to kind of match how long my hair was when I did the original 5. So, here's hoping we get them done this year. Stay tuned and find out. So, I only heard promise Halloween reviews. Okay, thanks, Hunter. Yeah, I don't like that new Halloween stuff, but they did bring back Jamie Lee Curtis. Gotcha. Yeah, I know people have been a little mixed on it. But I don't know. I mean, I like the idea of it, and I like the idea of bringing back sort of old franchises in that way, doing it as just do it as a sequel set 30 years later, or 40 years later, whatever. To me, that's more interesting, is continuing the existing story that everybody's so intimately familiar with, rather than trying to remake it or retell it or reboot it or reimagine it or whatever, unless you're going to do something really interesting with it. Like, I mean, you mentioned Rob Zombie. I actually really like the Rob Zombie Halloween movies. I mean, I take them kind of as their own thing with a similar base concept to them. But, just watching them on their own merits, just as, a pair of horror movies, their own little mini horror saga, I think they're good. I actually like them a lot. Specifically the unrated versions. If you've only seen the theatrical versions of those, by the way, you have not seen those movies. Period. I will stand by that statement. The unrated version is the only way to go. Rob Zombie got so fucked over by the MPAA and the studio on both of those movies. Second one especially. You need to see the unrated versions before you pass judgment on either of them. So, yeah. Just forget the theatrical versions. I mean, it's no wonder people hated them. They were so censored and just cut to shit. Apparently, I haven't seen the theatrical version of 2, but from what I hear, it was so heavily edited and cut down and censored, and so many notes from the studio, that it's borderline incomprehensible. So no wonder people hated it. But you watch the unrated version, it is frickin' good. I think. Anyway, there's a mini review for you. I expect those reviews to be very divisive, and I will attempt to remain civil in the comments. We'll see how that goes. Anyway, I hated that Halloween 6 producer's cut fixed the whole film and they limited the version sales. Yeah, it's still pretty easy to get. It does become available. I think doesn't the 4K have both cuts? I think it does. Hunter would know. Hunter just did a big video about those. But yeah, I think the 4K has both cuts. And I wouldn't say it fixes the whole film. I think both cuts of that movie have some issues. I think it fixes some things, but introduces other problems. I know generally speaking the fans seem to prefer that cut. The ending makes more sense, but interestingly enough, and I'm going to cover this when I do get into the review, is if you watch both versions, the kills are different. Almost all the kills are completely different. I mean, it's the same people, it's the same characters being killed, but the way they're killed is completely different. Now, normally you would think with the, director's cut or unrated cut or what have you, usually that one is the one with the gorier, more visceral kills. But not in this case. The producer's cut kills are actually pretty tame compared to the theatrical cut. And some of what I think are the best kills in the theatrical cut are just gone. Like, they're just completely gone. Because they happened towards the ending, and the whole last 30 minutes of the movie is completely different in the producer's cut. So, yeah, I don't know. It's a bit of a mixed bag for me. Bit of a mixed bag. Also, I will never forgive them for recasting Danielle Harris. I mean, why didn't you just give her the fucking money? There's a whole story behind that too. I don't know if you've ever watched the extras for that. There's a great interview with Danielle Harris where she actually lays out the real story of what happened with that. And they just basically fucked her over. It wasn't as simple as, they just didn't want to pay her enough money. No, it wasn't that at all. It was she wanted to come back and do it for the fans. And finish Jamie's story. I mean, fully knowing that her character is going to be killed off in the first 20 minutes or whatever. But she wanted to come back for the fans, so they have consistency. They have the Jamie trilogy, you know? And the problem was she was 17 at the time. And they were going to be doing a lot of night shooting. And because of child labor laws, she wouldn't have been allowed to do the night shooting and the long hours. So the option was, they said, well, there is one option. I mean, you're 17. If you can go to court and prove to, in a court of law, that you are able to take care of yourself as an adult, basically to be emancipated as an adult at 17, then okay. Then we'll we'll let you come back and do it, and then you can work the long hours and stuff. And she was like, cool, fine, no problem. Hey, thanks, what even, I don't even know what the colors mean here. What was that? What was that? It was a super chat. Hey, thanks so much, Dark Age. Appreciate that. Appreciate that very much. You guys are helping the Halloween fund with that, by the way. This here, by the way, is strictly direct donations, basically meaning I can take it out right away. The super chat and everything else, that'll come out of next month's YouTube payout. But that's awesome. Thank you so much, guys. Really appreciate that. So anyway, she went to get emancipated, right? So she went before a judge and proved to them that, she was perfectly capable of taking care of herself. 17, consider me an adult, let me work. So she was granted emancipation. So she was allowed to be employed as an adult at the age of 17. And she went through all of that to do Halloween 6. Because the studio said, if you do that, you can do the movie. So the only thing was, after she did that, she had to pay for a shit ton of court costs. It was expensive. So she just asked if the studio would be willing to help her recoup some of her court costs as part of her payment. I mean, she was even willing to work at scale, which is like the absolute bottom of the barrel pay rate for an actor. She wanted to do it for the fans. So she was willing to work at scale, and all she asked was that the studio help recover some of her court costs, because it was a lot to come out of her own pocket. I mean, she wasn't exactly a superstar, she's not making mega bucks. And the studio said no. And then they recast her. Well, fuck you very much, Universal. So that's why, and clearly, anyone who knows that story absolutely sides with Danielle Harris. And in fact, even the original producers in the extras on that Halloween set talk about that, and they said, yeah, we should have fought for that and just got her the fucking money. Like, whatever suit made that decision, long gone, I'm sure, from Universal. Everybody else thought she should have been just given the money for the court costs and been allowed to do the movie for the fans. Like, what a shitty situation, eh? So, I will repeat all this when I do the review. But, so that's one reason I like the Rob Zombie movies. Is because Rob Zombie, I'm pretty sure, knows that story. And he put Danielle Harris in both of his movies. As a different character, obviously. But he brought her back to the Halloween franchise in his movie. So that's one of many reasons why when people shit on the Rob Zombie movies, I'm just like, do you really know the whole story there? So, I don't know. Well, yeah. Tracy Lords was, yeah, I know the one you're talking about. I remember that when I was in my 20s, in the 90s. A friend brought over a porno, and one of them had Tracy Lords in it. And I didn't know. I mean, nobody knew at the time. It wasn't until long after that it came out that she was actually only 16. Which is funny because I think the U.S. is the only country in the world where the legal age is actually 18. Most other countries is like 16. That's considered legal. Like 16's legal here, 16's legal in the UK. For some reason in the States it's 18. I don't know why. But yeah, whatever. Different cultures, right? But obviously, working as a porn actress in the States, you better be 18. I think there is a stipulation though that you can't do porn unless you're 18 or older. Especially now with the internet, because it's worldwide. I mean, wherever you are, even if you're filming and working out of the UK or Canada or what have you, anybody in the world can see that. So it needs to kind of follow the accepted, age range in the world, not just wherever the country of origin is. But yeah, I remember the whole Tracy Lords thing was a big scandal. Understandably. But the thing that made it even a bigger scandal was she was a bona fide porn superstar. Like, her star rose so fast, everybody wanted her. And but when it came out that she was underage, well, yeah, obviously, bam, career instantly over. And well, I know, I mean, and also the studios, they were fucked because now they can't re-release any of those movies or anything. Like, it's just a lot of money that was spent, a lot of money that was made, and then buried forever. It's like, well, that's a big black mark on the porn industry's history. Yeah. But then after that, I mean, she went off and did like, she was like a techno musician for a while. She did like dance music and stuff like that. I don't think she ever got back into porn, but she did do acting and music. So, she still, was able to retire at the ripe old age of 24, I'm sure. But, it's crazy. Was it Halloween 7 was fun? Yeah, because Curtis's mom cameo. That's right. Yeah, she did. It had the Psycho car in the back. That's right. There's all these little Psycho like Easter eggs. I forgot about that. Yeah. And the reason it took so long to get the producer's cut, if I remember correctly, was at the time Dimension Films was owned by Disney at that time, so Disney was being slightly anal about letting rights for the film go. Oh, God. At one time, in some states, you could marry at 15 with parental consent. Kentucky, West Virginia. Wow. Yeah, I think it's similar here in Canada. Like, if there's parental consent, that's a different story. But there's very specific stipulations, obviously, for something like that. I mean, just wait till they're 18, for fuck's sake. Like, what's the rush? I don't get it. Anyway, as it Tracy went mainstream, not very good. I like some of her music. Like, there was a track she did, and she appeared actually as a singer in Virtuosity, the one with Russell Crowe and Denzel Washington, and that was a pretty good track. But you know the reason it was a pretty good track? Because Juno Reactor did the music. She just did the vocals, really. And, it was pretty typical, like, breathy female techno song vocals. But the music was good because it was Juno Reactor. Juno Reactor was awesome. But, yeah. Hey, Zaranyzerak. Hey, thanks, Fallen X100. I really enjoy your channel so much, especially your collection videos. I learned so much from you. Thank you so much. Man, you're the best, dude. Well, thank you. What a nice comment. So nice to hear those comments. And for anybody who's been worried about the state of the Multimedia Chronicles, because I haven't done anything for a while, or haven't done much for a while, Don't worry, it's not gone. I was just taking a bit of a break because, those videos take a little bit longer, a little bit more effort to put together than, say, just doing some clips of my gaming and whatnot. But, yeah. So, the gaming clips and highlights will still continue, obviously, because they just kind of become a part of the channel. And I've actually gained a lot of new viewers just from those who enjoy those, so that's cool. But they were always meant to be in addition to, rather than instead of, the Multimedia Chronicles. So yeah, just more variety of stuff for the channel, basically. So, yeah. What was that? He was the best at that X-Files review. The, which one? The closer look at the DVD and Blu-ray sets? I still gotta watch the rest of X-Files. It's been hanging over my head forever. I've seen the first 6 seasons and the first movie. And I've seen the first season several times all the way through. Talking about how I got started in collecting and stuff, X-Files was one of the first shows I really recorded religiously. The first season, anyway. I recorded all of them on SP, Hi-Fi, Stereo, VHS, and then hooked up a second VCR and cut the commercials out, put them all in order. And that was great. I had a nice little set of 12 tapes of the entire first season of X-Files. And then I moved and didn't have cable for a while and fell behind. But, yeah. The HD rants, yeah. Yeah, it's amazing. I still get comments on those all the time. And people have been wanting me to bring back rant videos for a long time, and I was kind of hesitant to do that because of the sort of outrage culture that we seem to be in the midst of now. It's like everybody's ranting about everything, but it's not like what mine were. Like mine were always meant to be angrily educational, I guess you could describe them. Like it's me, ranting and raving and foaming at the mouth about a particular subject, but I'm actually providing information and education and, educating the dumbasses who don't get it or whatever, And that was always kind of my thing. It was more to set the record straight on, on things. But now it seems to be, like, there's this whole outrage culture that's spawned up in the past decade or so, where it's like a lot of YouTubers now I see, they just kind of, their bread and butter is just making videos talking about how much everything sucks. It's like Star Wars sucks, MCU sucks, everything sucks, Doctor Who sucks, oh it's going woke, oh go woke, go broke, and just all this nonsense. And so much of it is bullshit. They're literally just, a lot of times, just making shit up off the top of their head to get views. It's just all about clickbait and bullshit. And if I was to bring the rants back, that's not how I would be doing it. So I've been thinking about this for a long time because people wanted to do rants. I did do a couple. I did one addressing the rise of streaming and how, that was part of the reason a lot of my Blu-ray predictions didn't come true, was because streaming happened in a way that nobody predicted at the time. So it just kind of exploded far more so than anybody expected at the time. Can one of the mods click show on that? Can you see those comments, or can only I see them? I don't know. I don't know how to adjust the moderation settings here for the chat. If there's anything even remotely cuss wordy in your comment, it hides it until I or a mod clicks on something. Can nobody else? Is Carlatin gone? Okay, hold on. I'll click on it. Thank you for educating this dumbass. I've learned so much. I agree. Not everything sucks. I really love Asian cinema, like Japanese movies and anime, John Woo. Yeah, absolutely. So do I. And I mean, I think a lot of the criticisms that I see against things like Star Wars, Game of Thrones, Marvel movies, Doctor Who, Star Trek, any of those, they're really overreactions, like really blown out of proportion. Some people just get really ornery about it, and I just don't get it. I don't get how we got here, where people are just so angry. So, I mean, that could be something that's worth exploring in some form. And I've been kind of thinking about that a little bit. I did do a couple of rant videos where I tried to bring it back as the Z rants. And I was having fun doing them, but then I did the Star Wars one where I talked about The Last Jedi. And I think the vibe of it was just off. And I got some really negative responses to that, to the point where I actually got doxxed. I got doxxed from that video. Can you believe that? Because I liked Star Wars Episode 8, I got doxxed. So that was, worth destroying my entire life over, or trying to, because I liked a Star Wars movie that some other people didn't. Fucking insane. Absolutely insane. So you're going to just try to destroy my life over that. Why? I just don't get the just absolute insane outrage about these things. So I've been trying to look at ways that I could address some of these subjects, but in ways where people don't try to destroy me. It's like, you know how you get back at me for doing a video like that? You leave me an angry comment, and you hit the dislike button, and then you get on with your day. And that's it. Just move on. Oh my God, another one. Stop cussing so much, guys. Yeah, actually you weren't even cussing. I don't know why it's so picky. Never mind. Anyway. The punk teenager, mentally ill? I think probably a combination of both. Someone... Now, Carlton, can you see when that happens? Are you able to click show when those happen, or do I have to keep leaving my chair? But anyway, so I'm bouncing a few ideas around. There's a few subjects that have come up recently that I definitely have some opinions on. But I kind of want to, kind of like how the HD rants were and how they were intended to be. I want it to be a more positive thing. Angry, yes. Frustrated, sure. But the ultimate focus of it being more positive, to educate and inform rather than just blindly rage at things. And I feel like, someone with kind of my history with YouTube and with the HD rants and with you guys, I think I'd be a good person to do that kind of thing. Kind of a voice of reason, much like the HD rants were. But a kind of a voice of reason kind of thing. And just try to calm people the fuck down. Rage at things appropriately. Because I feel like it's just getting out of hand, and somebody needs to say something. So I've got some ideas. I don't know if I'm going to call it the Z rants. I've actually got a few other ideas, but it'll basically be along those same lines. So it won't be specifically about HD topics. It'll be about some of the outrage culture stuff and some of the vitriol in the fandoms and toxicness in the fandoms that I think could make for some interesting subjects, and I think if it's approached properly, will hopefully invite some, more level-headed discussion, I guess, and just kind of do my small part and use my influence to try to bring some sanity back to the table, So I think that's got some potential. So I'm bouncing some ideas around, and we'll see how it goes. I don't know when this will happen. Now this is something that we were talking about, things being topical or not topical. I mean, this is something that would be fairly topical, I think, a lot of the times. Because they would be about specific things that fans are outraged about currently. But I think it might also help to bring more people to the channel and to stuff that I do as well. kind of have a mix of topical and non-topical stuff, like the closer looks and whatnot. So, yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm just getting back on the horse, so I'm kind of like looking at how things are right now and what I feel like doing. What are subjects that excite me and that I can do something fun and engaging, or interesting, or informative, or all of the above, But at the same time, kind of expand on what I've been doing the whole time. So, yeah. Your fans can tell the difference between some ranting and raving lunatic and constructive criticism or respectful disagreements. Just blow off the losers. Not worth your time. Thank you so much, dude. And that's true. That's true. Yes, it would. Rants, whether we like them or not, really grabs the attention of many. It does. It definitely does. But the thing is, the reason I haven't done anything like that and why I've been so hesitant for so long is because I don't want to be seen as just another one of those outrage YouTubers. Like, oh, Z's sold out and he's gone clickbait. No. I mean, if I'm going to do something like that, it needs to be true to me, who I am, and what I've done before, and what people expect from me. I mean, I have a certain, call it public persona or whatever, that I'm quite happy with, and I would like to maintain, and I have no intention of changing. I mean, really, it's not even really a persona per se. It's really just me. It's just an aspect of me. So, so I'd like to do something like that. I think you kind of get the gist of where I'm going with this. But that's, it's something I'd definitely like to explore. Did I get what? CCP 4K Blu-ray set. I don't know what CCP is. CCP. Creedence Clearwater Penis Monger? I don't know. Oh, CCS. Creedence Clearwater Salt Shaker? I don't know what that is. Card Capture Sakura. I've never seen it, so I'd say no. I've never seen it. But, yes. I haven't, I honestly, I don't buy a lot of anime because it tends to be just so freaking expensive. I'd really love to have a bigger anime collection. I did actually pick up a couple of things recently, which we will see in upcoming updates. People still asking, well, they don't know, Carlatin, they don't know. I mean, the main thing is like, I've been, oh, I'm sure it is. I remember hearing good things about it when it came out originally. Is that where that song No Nagging came from? Because I remember hearing that song like a million years ago, and I really liked the song. It was very catchy and fun. But if you wanted to buy stuff, donations are great for that. Yes, exactly. Yes, Dragon Ball Z. Dragon Ball Z, I'm still waiting for them to put out a proper Blu-ray set. I bought the fusion sets. Or not the fusion sets, sorry, the level sets. And they have yet to equal that in quality with any of the Blu-rays. So, yeah, there is a fan set out there that actually compiles all the dubs, all the everything together with the best transfers. And I'm probably just going to get that as a placeholder. But Akira, Ghost in the Shell, I have multiple editions of both. Actually, I don't know if I have Ghost in the Shell right now. No, I think I need to get that one again. I don't currently have it in my collection. But Akira, I've actually got multiple editions. Funny enough, one of the closer looks I'm doing is a look at all the different editions of Akira that I have. So, look forward to that one. Dragon Ball Super, yeah. Yeah, see, I mean that's more recent though, so that's natively high def or whatever, so it's getting a better set. But the DBZ has a good set on Amazon. It's only for, is that the Rock the Dragon set? I know there's been some good DVD sets, but there has yet to be a proper Blu-ray set. Hey, thanks for the super chat. Much obliged. What was it? Let me see what it was. Way overdue. Thank you so much, Mr. Insano. Appreciate it, dude. Every little bit helps. And I mean, if you guys are just going to throw money at me for shooting the shit with you, then clearly that's incentive for me to do these YouTube streams more often. I am okay with this arrangement. Yes. Well, there we go. Hey. That's, all the anime. Yes. All of the anime. Was it close to $40 thus far today? Yes. Yes. Yeah, that will help out big time with next month's YouTube payout, because that'll be coming out right before Halloween. So that definitely helps. This here, this goal that you see up there, that's strictly for direct donations, like through PayPal or Streamlabs. I think you can. Do we have a donation link? I don't know if anybody's got the donation link up. Can you grab can you toss the donation link up, Carlatin, if you got it there? There it is. Yeah, the Streamlabs one. Yeah. So if you wanted to just do like PayPal or whatever, you can do it through that, and then that's something I can access right away, basically to cover bills, and most importantly to cover Halloween stuff. Because at the moment I don't actually have any updates for Halloween, because money's been so tight. All the money's had to go to just bills and living expenses. So if you guys want updates and closer looks of new stuff, that's the way to make it happen right there. But yeah, the wrench, literally throwing a wrench into the works. Yeah. I don't know why. There's literally no way for us to turn that off that I've found. I don't know why it does that. It's just so ginormous every time. But I'm not sure what compilation it is, but it's seasons 1 through 9 for a pretty affordable per season price. Okay. If it's Blu-ray, it's crap. I will tell you that, Hunter. If it is any of the Blu-ray releases, and it is seasons 1 through 9, it is crap. Because all of them are crap. Except for the level sets. And the level sets they didn't finish. They didn't even finish all... I don't think they even finished all of season 1. So, yeah. Yeah, we'll figure it out. We're getting there. Sorry, I just gotta check my private messages here. Literally all of them. Oh, people be crazy. That's what I have to say. I hate when people try to suck me into drama. Like, just don't. Just don't. Whatever your issues are, go deal with them by yourself and leave me out of it. Sorry, guys. I'll be right back. Just stupid drama bullshit. Typey. Join our drama, Sean. Oh, yes. And the whole grassy ass thing, and Carleton has to explain it literally every time. People are just wild, man. People are just wild. Like, fuck, man. I don't even want to. Yeah, don't even want to. I'm gonna go smoke. I'll be back, guys. I'm just doing my thing. Oh. Fusion Gamer Elite. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the coffee. Mine just ran out. Please explain. Sorry, what was your question? Please explain. Yeah, basically what Hunter said, because stupid people don't like film grain. To put it a little more nicely, and this is the kind of thing I covered in my HD rants quite a bit, which I assume you saw some of, and that's probably where the question comes from. Why does it happen so much? I wish I knew. The good news is it doesn't seem to happen anywhere near as much now as it used to. Thankfully, the studios do finally seem to have moved away from smearing away the details and everything. There seemed to be like this paranoia at the time. Oh no, people are going to think that film grain is digital artifacting and and is undesirable. So that was one of the big focuses of a lot of my HD rants episodes. Was actually I still get comments. There was one I did titled "Why are so many Blu-rays so grainy?" or something like that. That was the gist of the title, and in that video I explained about film grain and how film grain is literally what creates the image on film. So if you smear away the grain, you smear away the detail. I mean, it's as simple as that. You are removing what makes film film, what gives film that filmic texture. And you look at a lot of movies now, a lot of directors, might shoot everything on digitally, but then they'll actually in post-production add grain to it. Was it 300, I think? Wasn't 300 filmed digitally and then like grain was added in post-production to give it a more filmic look? You know, most filmmakers prefer that look. But others prefer a cleaner look, you know, so they go pure digital and they just leave it all clean and perfect and you know, beautiful. Now, if it was shot natively on digital and just like crisp, clean, perfect high def, then fine. You know, do what you will with it. Leave it that way, or you know, if you want a more filmic texture, add the film grain on there. But in that case, it's more of just an aesthetic choice than really, you're not gaining any detail from it by doing that. It's purely an artistic choice, an aesthetic choice. But I've done that, actually. If you look at my video that I did a few Halloweens ago, Halloween Moments of Horror, which is where I did a bunch of short pieces with original music by me, and, you know, creepy ambiance and stuff, showing some of my Halloween decor. And with that, I mean, obviously it's all filmed digitally. I filmed it all natively at 60 frames per second on digital, and then did all the editing, and then I added, I wanted it to look kind of grindhousey, so I wanted it to look like really crappy film. So I added, like, I spent hours adding and tweaking all these filmic effects to it, film grain and scratches and the frames jumping and things like that, to give it that grindhousey look, which I think works really well for horror content. But you know, that was an aesthetic choice. But as to why studios do it, I think it's more to do with a lack of education about the different kinds of formats that movies are filmed in. And if it was shot on film, it should look like film, you know. Oh, and I bumped it down to 24 frames per second to give it a more filmic motion as well. But like, that's something where I will never release the clean version of that, because it is not what my artistic vision was for those videos. I will only ever release the grindhousey version, because that's how I wanted it to be seen. That's how I made it, you know, made it to be seen. I just used a higher quality base format, so I'd have a higher quality format to work from, and do all of that, you know, alteration from. You always want to work in a higher quality format than what your target is, basically. Like, if you're gonna, ideally, if you're gonna output something in 1080p, you want to film it in 4K. If you're gonna put something out at 4K, you want to film it in, you know, 8K or whatever, if you can. If not, then you work with what you have. But as to why studios do it, I think it's really just a lack of education. And not a lack of education on the part of the studios. The studios know. The people doing all that DNR know. The people doing all the DNR are probably feeling sick to their stomach even doing it, because they know they are destroying the beauty of the image. But that's what they're being paid to do, and they got to put food on their table, so they do it. But it's really a lack of education of film goers. They become kind of spoiled by the cleanliness of HD and think that everything is supposed to look that way, and if it doesn't, then it's not real HD. So in response to that lack of education, the studios kowtow to the lowest common denominator. They assume that the masses don't want it to look like that, so they scrub it into oblivion. But as I say, fortunately, it seems that that's not happening as often these days. Especially if you look at the boutique labels, like companies like Criterion and Vinegar Syndrome and Synapse and Severin, all of those great boutique labels that release all those obscure films, and they give them all the royal treatment, and they do the most beautiful Arrow, they do the most beautiful transfers for them, because they are film aficionados who run those companies and do all the work and do all the transfers and everything. They understand what film looks like, and they know that those of us hardcore collectors and film fans who buy those know what film looks like and what it's supposed to look like, the texture it's supposed to have. And they, you know, they do a good job of it. And yeah, so that's why, you know, for example, that's a good example here. We have hold on, I have one right here. I just gotta find where it is. Here it is. So we have Dune. This is the studio release from, what is it, Universal. It's an okay transfer. It's not bad, but there is definitely some digital tinkering with it. But then you look at the version that Arrow put out recently, and it looks fantastic. It's like a night and day difference. I still need to pick that up, actually. Probably just get the standard release for that rather than the collector's edition, because honestly the collector's edition isn't all that special. Most of the extras on it are already on other editions. I already have them, so yeah, I'll just get the standard edition just to get the better transfer of the movie. But so I mean, that's an example. The Last Starfighter was another example. That version, I think that was also Universal. That version was pretty heavily DNR'd originally, but then Arrow did their edition, and they did a whole new transfer. I think from the original negative, 4K transfer, beautiful, film grain, looks great. So, you know, and a lot of times it's the boutique labels to the rescue for a lot of those. You know, doing re-releases of these wonderful catalog titles and finally giving them the quality transfers that they deserve. And yeah, as to why they do it, that'd be my best guess, is they're just catering to what they perceive as the lowest common denominator. Big studios are more concerned with the bottom line than the boutique labels. So the boutique labels don't mind taking chances by having transfers that are truer to the quality of the original film, because they know the people buying them. They know their audience, and their audience is film aficionados like us, and we want it to look like film. You know, we want as close as possible to that theatrical experience, but with a pristine print, you know, in our homes as possible, and that's what they try to give us. The studios just want to make a fast buck. There's money to be made, so let's put it out there, and let's DNR the shit out of it. The thing that's annoying about it is most TVs have have several functions if you want to destroy your picture. They have, you know, motion smoothing and DNR functions that you can crank up to 11 if you want to, if you really want to, and you can destroy the picture your own damn self. You don't need the Blu-ray to already be pre-destroyed for you. Now, can you imagine someone who has their TV set like that, with the DNR features cranked up to 11, motion smoothing cranked up to 11, and they get one of, say they get the Predator Ultimate Hunter Edition, and then they watch that on their TV? Can you imagine what a smear fest that's going to be? It just makes me violently ill just thinking about it. Like quadruply DNR'd into oblivion, multiple layers of smear. Just, oh God. So yeah, I don't know why they do it. Well, I guess I kind of do know why they do it. It's basically all the reasons I just said. But yeah, I'm glad to see that they don't seem to do it as often. I'm sorry to see that the Star Trek movies, which we were talking about earlier, took them so long. It took them literally 13 years to give us proper high-def versions, and they basically just fully skipped over Blu-ray. All those 2009 Blu-ray transfers are actually even older than that. They actually date back to the early 2000s. Those were masters made for DVD. Those are 1080p masters made for DVD. They were smeared into oblivion because DVD, 480p, MPEG-2 can't handle fine detail without severe artifacting and macro blocking, so they would DNR them, because in 480 you can't tell that all the details have been smeared away, because it wouldn't show you all the detail anyway. But then they just took those DNR to death transfers and dumped them on Blu-ray to make a fast buck. Now, mind you, in their defense, to some extent, Paramount seemed to be in a lot of trouble for a very long time there, to the point where I was concerned for the future of the studio. I thought they were dead. I thought they were like on the way out. But whatever the problem was, they seem to have sorted it out. They've actually started to do a lot of re-releases of catalog titles through their own like special edition line. I've got one of them. I got the one they did of The Haunting, and those transfers are generally really nice. They've gone back and they've done new transfers and everything looks good. They put new extras on them. They're doing it right now. So my only regret is they didn't do it with Star Trek. Well, I guess they did. They did, but they waited until 4K was a thing, already out for a few years before they went back to it. So now the new Blu-rays of Star Trek are the new transfers. So finally, after 13 years, those old 2009 transfers have been rightfully retired. They should have been retired literally 20 years ago with the DVDs. But, you know, it took a while, but we finally got there. Paramount finally seems to have their shit together. So we're not getting those DNR to hell transfers anymore. But it's been a long journey getting there. So what were you saying? Yes, and also as Hunter said, movies from roughly, I would say even earlier than that, I would say like 1984 to 1988, thereabouts. That was also a period in time where they were shifting away from Technicolor and going to, Eastman color and all those. They were shifting to different film stock and different color timing, which was more natural color rather than the bright, vibrant Technicolor that had been the norm for so long. So it was like late 70s, early 80s, they started to move away from that. And, but I guess that particular film technology was still kind of new. So the grain in that era was very prominent. It was just very grainy stock. Now, personally, I like the texture of it. For me, it's very nostalgic because that's the movies I largely grew up with. So I see that texture on a film, and it's just, you know, waves of nostalgia. But so when I get a film from that era and it's been DNR'd to hell, it just makes me sad because it's not. I know it's not how it's supposed to look. So a lot of it is just the film stock was low quality, cheaper film stock, and just to save money, I guess. So they just don't look as good. But I mean, it is what it is. It's like that's just the kind of film they used, so that's how it looks, you know. So that's it. But and what was this here? Do all film studios, execs, etc. interfere this much for way too many things? TV and films. Well, I wouldn't say all the time, but you know, and definitely not as much as they used to. But yeah, they certainly did at the dawn of Blu-ray quite a bit, and a lot of and what happened to Star Trek, that was quite common. They had these 1080p masters that they've been using for years, with the DNR applied to prepare them for DVD. And then they would use those masters, just dump them to Blu-ray, just to get content out there on the market quickly to capitalize on that new format. You know, from a business standpoint, it makes sense. You know, take the path of least resistance. I get it. I understand that. But it means that we as consumers and collectors were getting vastly inferior products for a very long time until they finally started to do new transfers and do new editions of things, and, you know, get better quality releases. What was it? Hunter says, it says, what is it? Fusion Gamer says, but does Blu-ray or VR 4K ruin the image more? Well, no, I wouldn't say. I mean, it really just comes down to the quality of the transfer, you know, because, I mean, both Blu-ray and 4K, like Ultra HD, have sufficiently high bit rates that they can handle all of that film grain and fine detail without any really adverse effects. As long as they use a high enough bit rate, that's really what it boils down to. The resolution is there. It's just the bit rate. If the bit rate's too low, then you'll get artifacting. If the transfer is crappy, then it'll be a crappy transfer no matter what format it is. It's all to do with what the master is that they're using, right? And what they've done to that before outputting it to the, you know, the Blu-rays that we buy. But yeah, Hunter says Vinegar Syndrome is my favorite boutique label. They kick so much ass. Oh, Vinegar Syndrome is so consistently excellent. Consistently. Like that is a company, much like Criterion, that is a company founded, run, and maintained by film fans. So they get it. They get it. And vinegar, even the name, Vinegar Syndrome, that's a film term. Talking about when films deteriorate. When films deteriorate, they literally sort of start to dissolve, and as they dissolve, they smell like vinegar. And that's how the term Vinegar Syndrome came about. Was if a film has suffered Vinegar Syndrome, that means it's deteriorated to the point where it's basically unrecoverable. The film itself is like you'll have all the film, like the feet and feet of film stuck together, like glued together as the emulsion melts over time, and it'll have this vinegar-like smell to it. I remember Leonard Maltin was he does these wonderful video blogs with his daughter, and Leonard Maltin is a huge collector of films. He had like a huge collection of, I think, 16mm films of just all kinds of different stuff. Some of them were movies, some of them were documentaries, some of them were shorts, whatever. He was just a huge collector of films, and I remember a series of video blogs where he was going through his collection and seeing which ones had deteriorated and were irrecoverable, and they talked quite a lot about some of them having Vinegar Syndrome. So anyway, that's where the name comes from. So you know that company right off the bat is made by film fans, because only film people would even know what that term means. So just more Vaseline on your eyeballs at that point. Yeah, pretty much the DNR'd DNR. What was it? Yeah, Criterion are so good at what they do. RoboCop, pure film, no script. Oh god, yeah, I love their RoboCop edition. I have the DVD. I wish that had got a Blu-ray release, but I do have the Arrow release of that, which is also excellent. It's wonderful. I used to have the Laserdisc of that RoboCop release, actually, the Criterion one. As Michael says, my aunt intentionally zooms her TV picture because she doesn't like the black bars. Oh god, that's the other thing. Zoom. No, original aspect ratio all the way. If it's 4:3, I want to see those black bars on the side. If it's CinemaScope, I want to see the black bars on the top and bottom. I just want to see all of the image that we're supposed to be seeing. None of this cropping. So, yeah, the Paramount Presents line. I couldn't remember what they called it. Yeah, the Paramount Presents line is really good. They do a great job of that. What's this? I mainly don't buy Blu-ray because I don't want to get ripped off of the DNR. So kind of cautionary with Blu-ray materials. Fair enough, yeah. And I don't think that's as big a concern now, as long as you're buying like more recent releases. If you're buying older releases, then yeah, do a bit of research first. Just make sure that it's, not a problematic release, and that there's a reason you're getting it for $5 or something, right? But there are a lot of screenshot comparison sites out there, like was it DVD Compare does a lot of stuff. DVD Beaver, Blu-ray.com. As much as I hate their message board, at least they do have a lot of screenshots, so you can see for yourself what the picture quality is like on a particular release if you just kind of look it up. DVD Beaver and DVD Compare are probably the best ones, because they actually go into quite a lot of detail about the differences, and you can compare different editions and see. They'll give you like spectrographs of the bit rate and stuff like that, as well as tons and tons of screenshots, so you can see for yourself what the quality is like. So you're on the internet, make use of it. Google is your friend when you're trying to research different editions and stuff like that. So see, you can go make your coffee now. It's well earned. Did I earn my $5? Thank you. Thanks for the talk and advice. Well, thank you. That was a very good question. I appreciate that. All right. Well, I just need to double check my messages here. Just update on the drama. at me. The Roberto Benigni one? I've never seen that. You know what a really good Roberto Benigni movie is, though? Where is it? Do I have it on the shelf here? My comedy and drama shelf is such a mess right now. It's ridiculous. What the hell is it? Is it even on this? I don't even know if it's on this shelf. Anyway, it's Il Monstro, the monster. It's where he's mistaken for a serial killer the police are trying to catch. And like everything he does, he's completely oblivious to the whole thing. And everything he does just makes him more suspicious to them, even though he has nothing to do with any of it. He's just like some innocent guy who they, I guess, vaguely match the description, and the police are trying to catch him, and it's just freaking hilarious. It is absolutely him in his prime. Just freaking hilarious dialogue, physical comedy, the whole works. Il Monstro, highly recommended. Check it out. Enjoy. Thank me later. I forget who put it out. It's out on Blu-ray now. Anyway, I think Stoudman sent me a copy of it after I recommended it to him, actually, and he was like, "I love this movie. This is so good," and yeah, highly recommended if you want some quality Roberto Benigni. Oh, another really good one is Night on Earth. It's the one that takes place in a bunch of different taxi cabs, and he plays a taxi driver in that. Well, it's several actors playing several taxi drivers. He's one of them, and so it's like kind of episodic. His segment is just laugh out loud funny. It's so hilarious. So, sorry, Z, our currency rates are now the worst since 1985. £1 equals 1.15. That's horrible. Wow. That actually is quite low. I remember it used to be almost $2 per pound, like Canadian dollars per pound. That's crazy. Or at the very least, like $1.50 per pound. You know. So my family bought the film. Oh, the Pinocchio one. Funny thing about that film, as a kid, I was fascinated by it with the promotional material. I actually owned all the Happy Meal toys McDonald's made for that. For the Roberto Benigni Pinocchio? Really? Interesting. My family bought the film. When we were going to watch it, they told, oof, sorry Mike, we lost it. Turns out years later they lied because they did not want to watch it purely on the bad word of mouth. Oh, yeah, I don't know where that DVD is. Totally knows where the DVD is. So, yeah, I don't know. Ridiculous. Sorry I'm so distracted, guys. Just some silliness going on. Whole lot of silliness going on. Whole lot of silliness going on. It doesn't really flow too well, does it? Alright, what time is it? Fuck, it's almost 10 o'clock. I haven't done a damn thing. Alright. Let's see, what do we got? Oh, right, I was gonna do this one, I think. Got some anime. Got that, and then we got a whole stack of closer looks that we can do. We just need to do bookend segments, and it's done. They're done. It's easy. So easy. And some of them are short. Most of them I've done the tabletop segments, which is the meat of it. I just got to do the bookend segments, then we're done. I got like 30 new closer looks for you guys. That's it. Just got to finish it. But of course, try to be productive. I get fucking distracted. What? Wait a minute, they didn't have the spider walk? But that's like one of the best bits. Where she just like scuttles down the stairs? That's such a creepy moment. That's annoying. I don't have any version of The Exorcist currently, actually. I used to have the version you've never seen, and apparently we never saw it again. So, yeah, I don't know. It's weird. Standard stair scene, not the extended tongue click. Oh, okay. Gotcha. I don't know. I've only seen. I think I've only seen the movie twice. I've never seen any of the sequels or prequels or anything. I just never really dove into that franchise very much. I saw the theatrical version on VHS a million years ago, and then I saw the version you've never seen when it came out on DVD, good old snapper case, and that's it. That's all I've ever seen. But I mean, it definitely made an impression. Like, a lot of it did stick with me. I mean, there's no question as to why it's such a classic. I mean, it's such a great, genuinely chilling film, and definitely like one of the best of that genre for sure. It really set the standard by which all others would be judged, like all others in the sort of possession genre. I did used to watch Scariest Places on Earth quite a bit. I actually have quite a few episodes of that on tape I need to transfer, which of course was hosted by Linda Blair. And holy, what a glow up. She was always wearing like these like hot gothy outfits whenever she would host that, and I was like, I just want to watch it for her. Like, she was just so frickin' gorgeous. Nice. I didn't know there was a 4K of Poltergeist coming out. I have, I think I just have the standard Blu-ray of that, but it's got all the extras from the Digibook. and then I have the Scream Factory editions of 2 and 3. So, pretty good. I just got those fairly recently, too. I think I missed out on one of the slipcovers. I think for number 2. Yeah. Missed out on that one, but that's okay. It was nice to finally have some extras for those two. She posed for an adult magazine, really? Might have to do a little Google image search later. I'm gonna go smoke again, because, yeah, I'll be back. Poltergeist 3? Yeah, that's probably never gonna happen. I mean, that one didn't do very well originally. I mean, I was surprised even when it got a special edition from Scream Factory, you know? But I think that's the best we're ever gonna see for that one. I was at least glad to see some extras for Poltergeist 2, though, because that one had all the cool design work by H.R. Giger. So that was the one I was most interested in. The default... Oh, for YouTube. Oh, God. Yeah, then I'd have to change the chat box. I'm concerned because the theme I'm using used to be a free theme back when I got it. It's not anymore. It's now a paid theme. So I'm concerned if I go fiddling with things, it's gonna change things and I won't be able to get them back. And I like our chat box. It's very cyberpunky. I'm scared, Carlatin. Hold me. I don't want to change. Change is scary. do 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 do. I need to film. I need to film. How long have we been going? We've been going for 3 hours. First time, yes. Don't do it if you don't feel comfortable. There's got to be some workaround to display the wrench properly. Dark helmet, yeah. Alright. Hey, we have a new stream boss. I just noticed Dark Age is our new stream boss. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. We're still trying to get some direct donos in to bump up that donation goal. I'm actually trying to pay my rent right now. About $100 off. So anything we can get in there would be appreciated. So we can make that happen. It was a pretty low month for contributions last month, so yeah, it's always tough when you basically live on your tips, and there's not a lot of tips. Then, yeah. That's right. All rise for Dark Helmet. Anakin. Yes. So I have a roof over my head under which I can film more videos for you. Alright, well let's just try to knock out some bookend segments here so we can finish up those closer looks and get some on schedule for you guys. I'm sure you'd like to see them. And don't forget, the thanks button is also on my videos now as well. So if you see a video and you really like it and you're like, hey, I want to toss Z $5, you can do that. Or $2. I think $2 is the minimum for those. or $50, or $500, whatever you want, whatever you feel it was worth for your entertainment dollar. Okay, there we go. That looks good. What do we want to do first? We got another update to do of some anime, so let's do that, I think. Just move that up to see where we're at here. So now you get to see how the magic happens. So, I am MIA from the chat right now, and will be during the filming here, so don't take offense if I don't answer your questions. It's nothing personal, just trying to make some content for ya. Gotta make some content. I mean, technically speaking, the stream in and of itself is content. Well, you know what I mean. You know. Let's move that up a bit. Alright. Just get a drink of water over here. Give me a moment. Okay, so now, if you look at the little window at the bottom, don't mind the rattling. Okay, sorry. I was just making sure I had the right mic selected. You can tell from the explosion in the peak meter that I did. And here we go. Oh, hold on. I only want the white lights. Just for consistency of image. There we go. Oh, I looked right in the light. Actually, I could have my water over here, because I have a table in front of me. Here we go. This won't be a terribly long one. It's just a basic update. It seems really bright. Yeah, it'll be fine. Greetings, everyone, and welcome to another Comic Book Wednesday update, in which I have no comic book related stuff whatsoever to talk to you about. But I do have some animation. Yes! I got a cartoon movie and two animes. Two anime titles for the collection. Yeah, Comic Book Wednesday for me is basically a combination of comic book stuff and cartoon stuff and anime stuff. Just a lot of stuff. So it's Wednesday. So we're going to do some stuff. Well, specifically some cartoon stuff, which I got this week. Anyway, let's check it out. A cartoon movie and two animes. Today on the Multimedia Chronicles. See, what I tell you, first video, it's always awkward, but I'm just going to leave it. I just leave it. Welcome back. Alrighty, so first up, excuse me. Did y'all hear the Multimedia Chronicles theme in your head? You did, didn't you? Don't lie. I know you did. Welcome back. Alrighty, so first up, this is an animated film that I actually got as a gift from my mom. Can't remember what it was for. Was it Christmas, birthday? I don't know. I'm so far behind in the updates. I don't even remember when I got half these things. Sometime in the past year. Anyway, it's, I believe, the latest film from Laika. Is it Laika? Yeah, Laika. Independent animation studio. Do some great stuff. I've enjoyed quite a few of their films over the years. We have Kubo and the Two Strings. Yeah, very nice little addition here. So I have not seen this yet, but I've heard it's wonderful, so I look forward to checking it out. There we go. Yeah. I still need to pick up Paranorman. I saw that one in a theatrical re-release. It was on a cheap matinee day for kids, and a friend of mine took me with her kids, and really enjoyed that one a lot. I need to get that one. You'd think me, of all people, would have that one, right? Anyway, Kubo and the Two Strings. So, I have not seen this. I've heard it's great. I love their animation style and everything. They do some fine work. And, yeah. So, yeah, some nice disc art there. Special features, we have Kubo's Journey, Corners of the Earth, feature commentary with director-producer Travis Knight, and more. Oh, I love it when they have and more. That's my favorite special feature. Alright, so we got Kubo there. Next up, this one I have a little bit more to say about because I've seen it before. This is an anime series from, when was it, late 90s, early 2000s? 97 was when it originally came out. I first saw this on the recommendation of a coworker / friend of mine at the time when I worked at Chapters back in the early 2000s. In his case, he had rented it on VHS and made copies for himself. So that's how I saw it. And it was not English dubbed. It was the original Japanese with English subtitles. And I guess partly because it's the first way I ever saw it, but also because I sampled the English dub and I thought it was awful. I definitely prefer to watch it that way. I just find it has way more emotional punch that way. You know, nothing against the English voice actors. I just think this particular dub wasn't all that great, and the Japanese language one is much better. I am, of course, talking about the legendary Neon Genesis Evangelion. Yeah. So this is the recent Blu-ray release that came out from G-Kids, Shout Factory label. They put out a big deluxe limited edition of it as well. And I thought that the limited edition included Fly Me to the Moon over the end credits of all of them, and I thought that was one of the reasons it was so expensive, was because of the music rights. Nope, apparently not. Apparently the only difference with the limited edition is it has a different English dub. Maybe the older English dub? I don't know. But, so this one has, I guess, whatever the more currently common English dub is, in addition to the Japanese language. And also, no Fly Me to the Moon. which I always thought was kind of weird. Why is it such a stink to put Fly Me to the Moon on there? I think they only used the original version, like the Frank Sinatra version, on 1 or 2 of the episodes. The rest of them are cover versions. You can't have the cover versions? The cover versions were some of my favorite versions. Anyway, oddly, you can get them on the old soundtrack CDs, so I don't know what the problem is. But anyway, no Fly Me to the Moon. It's just like one of the instrumental tracks, I think, from the score for that. But that said, regardless of the lack of Fly Me to the Moon, which the old VHS release that you made copies of, by the way, had, it's great to have this in high definition. Now, having watched the show on the recommendation of my friend, I loved it. I thought it was fantastic. Absolutely loved it. Watched all 26 episodes in a matter of a couple of days, and just got sucked right into the story and the epicness of it. And I've been wanting to own it forever. And they put out so many wonderful DVD editions over the years. There was like the individual releases they put out. There was the Platinum Collection they put out, which was really nice. And I just kept not getting it. And then finally they put out the Blu-ray, and I was like, okay, finally time to get it. Plus, I found this at Walmart for like a song and a dance. I don't think it was more than $25. I don't remember exactly. It was a while ago that I picked it up, but it was stupidly cheap. So I was like, okay, it would be stupid to pass this up at this point. Like, to get it in high def for so low a price, no brainer. So finally got it into the collection. I've only sat down and watched the first episode so far just to kind of sample the quality, and I gotta say it looks fantastic. So really looking forward to sitting down and checking out the rest of this here. Now in terms of the interior art, not much to speak of for the disc art, but we do have all the episodes and contents of the discs listed on the discs themselves, which is quite nice. Well, it doesn't really say much about what the extras are, it just says bonus content. But this does include all 26 episodes of the series, plus the 2 movies that they did. What was it? End of Evangelion and Evangelion Death. True, that's what it was. Yeah, and the End of Evangelion. So basically, it's the other ending, I guess. So I think one of them is just kind of a recap of the series, and the other is the alternate ending. As they describe it, the series has what's called the internal ending, and boy, is that ever an apt description, because it's basically just pure psychological drama to end it off. You're expecting this big final battle between the Evas and the Angels, but nope. It's just basically a little psychological, introspective self-examination by the characters as they kind of come to terms with everything and make their peace and get on with their lives. It's very trippy. A lot of fans hated it. I thought it was pretty neat. Very different kind of ending for a series. But I guess in response to that, I think what happened was they just ran out of money or something. It was like a really stupid reason why they weren't able to do a proper ending for it. And I think it was as simple as that. They just ran out of money for the final 2 episodes, so they did something kind of artsy instead of giving it like the ending we were all kind of expecting after the 24 episodes of lead up before. So the show was a massive hit, obviously made a lot of money, so they were able to make a movie. So they did End of Evangelion, which is what they call the external ending. So I'm guessing that finally gives us the big final knockdown, drag-out battle between Eva and the Angels, wrapping everything up nice and satisfyingly. I don't know. I've never actually seen the movies. So whenever I get around to doing a full rewatch of this, I'll definitely be watching the movies after and finally getting the rest of the story. Now, if anyone's wondering, I have not seen the sort of redo version that they've done, the 1.111 or 1.11, 2.22, that one, like the 4 movies, I think, that are basically a retelling of the story, but with a lot of new animation and kind of reworking of things. It's supposed to be fantastic, like really, really well done. They've taken forever and a day to do the whole thing. I think the last one just recently came out, so I definitely like to pick those up as well and check that out. Maybe we'll get a nice box set of all of them. So who knows? Anyway, it's great to finally have this bona fide, modern classic of anime in the collection. I've always been a huge, mecha and super robot fan. I was born and bred on stuff like Force 5, which was basically all giant robot anime, and Robotech, of course, Voltron, all those. So this was right up my alley. It was like that kind of thing, but taken to another level. That Mobile Suit Gundam would be another one, of course. And yeah, so love that, and looking forward to checking it out again. And finally, last but most certainly not least, we have Attack on Titan, final season, part 1. Now, oddly, now this is the limited edition version, and the reason I got the limited edition is because I've got the limited editions of all the other seasons, so I wanted to keep it consistent across the collection. When they finish the set, I'll do a closer look at the whole works for you so you can see everything. For now, I'll just give you a quick look here. So basically, all the limited editions come in these like cool digibooks, which have the Blu-rays on one side, in this case in kind of a flip-out tray, like that. They got a digibook in the middle with all kinds of cool artwork, zoom in a little bit, and chibi cartoons based on events from each episode of the that's in the set. So very cool. And they got all kinds of like character profiles and cool stuff like that. So really nice, really worth having. But I mean, the only drawback being these limited editions are a little pricey. It's like one of the few things of this type that I spring for whenever they come out. And basically solely because that's how I got the first season. So of course, being an anal retentive collector, I have to have consistency across my collection. So I've just been shelling out for the limited editions ever since, every time they come out. Now normally they come with a box. Like for example, if you look at season 3, they come with a nice hard box. And then inside, you got the individual parts of the season, and usually an art book or something, right? So, and they usually put this out with the first part of whatever the season is, if it's a multi-part season. They did it for season 1. I missed the box, but I did get the 2 limited editions. Season 2 was just a single part. It was a short season. Got the box for that. Got the box for season 3, but no box for season 4. I'm like, well, where's the box? Are we getting a box? I checked the Funimation site, no box. Checked Amazon, no box. Where's the box? And I think the reason there's no box is because they're not entirely sure how many sets it's going to be yet. Because they just finished airing part 2. And I'm not sure when part 3 is coming. But there is a part 3, which supposedly is going to be it. So I would assume it's going to be 3 sets like this. So, I mean, you'd think they could just have a box that fits 3 sets. But then I guess also they always have extras with these in addition to what's in there. So this one, for example, came with this nice little yeah, and there's the backing paper there. Came with this, which has some cool goodies in it. Let's just take a quick look here. Just open it up, slide that out. So check this out. So we got these 3 enamel pins, very nice. And we got these postcards, which I haven't even opened yet. Shall we open them? Let's open them. Let's take a look. I haven't even looked at these yet. It'll be new to me as well as you. So there we go. Valueless now. Okay, well these are gorgeous. Holy shit. This was definitely worth the price. So let's check these out. So we got this. Try to get it without the glare. It's all shiny. You see that? It's like shiny. Very nice. Nothing major on the back, just the logo. And then more characters there. I'm actually way behind in watching these. I've only seen up to halfway through season 3. So I need to get caught up on that. I think I'm actually just going to do a full rewatch. Just start from the beginning. It's so bingeable. I love this show so much. But I'm basically just going to start over, and because I mean it's been so long since I watched the first 2 seasons, I'm sure I've forgotten a million things. Oh, look at that. Just all-out action on that one. Fantastic. So, yeah. Anyway, so I'm guessing they're not 100% sure on how many pack-ins there's going to be. So I would assume that this box will fit into the hard box along with the however many set, well, I guess 3 sets. So that's probably why they haven't done a box yet. So they don't know quite how thick it's going to be yet. Season 3 was easy because they knew it would be 2 parts on an art book. And they released the art book with part 1, so they were good to go there. Part 2 was only 1 set, so they just had one little box for that, and that was it. And there we go. Oh, extras. What do we got on here for extras? We have behind-the-scenes footage from the production, 3D CG animation and staff discussion, Attack on Titan Final Season Part 1 voice actor panel. That's pretty cool. I don't know if that's the English or Japanese cast, by the way. Attack on Titan Chibi Theater 1 and 2. Oh my god, they did an animated version. Eye Catch Gallery, promo video and commercial, and textless opening and ending songs. They always do that. They always give you the clean opening and ending, which is pretty cool. Yeah, looking forward to that. The only thing Attack on Titan I don't have currently is the sort of parody series they did, the Attack on Titan Junior High. There's a pretty affordable, non-limited set of that I'd like to get, and I don't think it's that. I think it's like $30 or something. So I'll probably pick that up at some time just to kind of fill out the collection. I do have the 2 live-action movies that came out. I know fans are really split on those. I've watched the first one. I haven't watched the second one. It, of course, came out years ago, long before the manga was finished. So they just kind of go off in their own direction with the story, which I'm sure by now, with all the revelations of seasons 3 and 4, blatantly contradicts tons of things in the story. But as just, you know, seeing those characters and that world brought to life, I thought that it was okay. You know, I didn't have any major issues with it. I just take it as a different spin on some of the same concepts, you know. Anyway, that is it for this update. So, yeah, not too many things, but some pretty good ones. Yeah, I'm sure you'll agree. Anyway, thank you very much for watching. That is it from me that is it from me to you for now. That's such a mouthful. I got to shorten that somehow. Anyway, thanks very much for watching. Big thanks to my Patreon sponsors. Be sure to catch me on Twitch. I stream just about every day. Don't forget to hit thanks if you'd like to throw a few bucks my way to support the show. Always appreciated. And I will see you next time. Until then, sayonara. Dun. One down. I don't know how many we're going to do. That might be it for today, because there's a mild crisis going on in my personal life. So, we'll see. So this is how I do it. I basically record everything on the camera, and I record the audio separately through the Yeti. So what you're actually hearing through the mic is the sound. Like it goes through, it multiplexes. So it goes through Streamlabs for the stream, and it also goes through Cool Edit, my audio recording program, for that. So that's pretty cool. So now we can actually put those on the shelf, which we should do. So that there. Hair and makeup, yeah. Yes, we edit later. Editing happens later. So let's see, can you guys see? You can kind of see the anime shelf up there. Whoa! So you got like the big spine there. Or you can show the innards. I show the innards just because they line up very nicely. And I guess we'll put this like that. Attack on Titan. Oh, that's looking good. 75 episodes of Attack on Titan. Sexy. Put that in there, I think. go. Oh, I have Ghost in the Shell 2. I have Ghost in the Shell 2 on Blu-ray. I need to get the first one again. Ugh. Okay. Good stuff. These over here. I mentioned Dune in the other update I filmed the other day, and then we're gonna. I need it for the closer look that I'm doing as well. Let's see. You guys can just stare at the beautiful collection here for a little bit. No, it really isn't. I need to do another reorganize. It's getting a little out of hand, and I could definitely use some more shelves. I'm running out of room. I don't have room for more shelves. So that finishes those updates. I do have some other updates, but I need to do them from another location. I have a few that I need to do from the Halloween set, but if you take a look, hold on a second. Yeah. Take a look. Hey, look at that. I just did a bunch of repair in there because the cats were clawing at my dungeon wall backdrop. That was fun. Did the repair on Twitch the other day. So sharp-eyed viewers might notice some cardboard at the bottom. That's basically to keep the cats away from the backdrop. Unnecessary evil. I'd kind of like to have, I don't know, maybe like paint a mural of like a graveyard or something. I don't know. Do something with it, because I mean, just the plain cardboard looks awful. I mean, you're not even going to see it really in the videos because it'll be so dark. But it's just annoying that I even had to do that, you know. And I can't really show you because it's not during the day. But I have, well, I can show you a little bit. I have these blackout curtains, which is basically just dollar store table coverings that I have, you know, pinned up in front of my regular curtains for the balcony there. And the cats just shredded the shit out of them. You can see a little bit right there, just a big slash through them. That's not even the full extent of it. There's so much damage to that thing. It's ridiculous. It's just like in tatters. It's a miracle that it still blocks out the light at all, actually. Cats, eh? Good old cats. I guess for those of you who aren't aware, which might be most of you, we got a couple of cats. 2. We just got one originally, but then we got a second one from the same litter. Brother and sister. One's a black cat, of course. We gotta have a black cat, right? Our Halloween cat. That's the brother. And then we have another one that's fuck, I forget what they're called. It's kind of like a tabby, but it's not. It's like a different. It's a rarer kind of color patterning. A moxie or no? What the hell is it called? It's like an M word. I can't remember. Anyway, very sweet, very affectionate. Both of them are. They're both very sweet, affectionate. Love cuddles, love pets, which is great. However, they are kittens. They're about 6 months old apiece, 8 months, maybe 8 months old, and there's moments in the day where they just go absolutely ape shit, batshit crazy, running around the place at full velocity, smashing through things. They've knocked over, like, all those Blu-rays I showed you on the floor, all those Blu-rays and stuff. They've smashed through that pile so many times, and I've just found them everywhere. But, you know, all the more incentive to get the videos done, then I can get all that shit off the floor. Oh, boy. No, not Calico. It's, I forget what it is. But, hey, Gordon, how's it going? I'm filming some videos. Wow. Of course. I noticed there's already 1 thumbs down on my video. I love how my haters complain that I don't do enough Multimedia Chronicles videos the past while. So they thumb everything down that isn't a Multimedia Chronicles video. So here I'm doing a video, a stream, where I'm literally making Multimedia Chronicles videos, and there's a thumbs down. Why? What do you think you're accomplishing? Is it just, I mean, obviously it's just out of spite, some kind of spite. Maybe it's someone I blocked, I don't know. Everyone has their hate subscribers. They're just subscribed solely to thumb down all your shit. It's like, okay. You know it doesn't matter, right? That's what a lot of people don't realize, is you know what YouTube looks at? They don't look at the balance between up thumbs and down thumbs. They don't care. They care even less since they made the dislikes invisible. But you know what YouTube looks at? Okay. You have thumb up, thumb down, comments. You know what that counts as? According to the YouTube algorithm? One thing. It doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter if you thumb up or down. It only counts as engagement. It is the engagement statistic. So whether you thumb it up, thumb it down, leave me a nice comment or a troll comment, it doesn't matter. If you engage at all, you're actually helping me. You're helping. Doesn't that just drive you crazy, haters? You're helping me. So thanks. Please keep thumbing me down. I'm begging you. Please. You're helping me so much. The more you hate me, the more you send me rising through the ranks. I love it. More, please. Cat has a tuxedo. Oh, that's cool. I've seen cats like that. That's neat. That's a neat patterning. friend Jess, who most of you will know as Pandika, has had a bit of a rough week. So I'm going to be staying up a little later than usual. And we're going to play some Fortnite later over on Twitch. So if you guys are still up and you want to, hang out, that's where we'll be going after. I'm just basically calling it the after party for today's stream, after party, go play some games and just unwind and have some fun. And, yeah, it'll be good. And I think it's something we both need. It's been a stressful week for both of us. Maybe I do need to make another copy. Probably staying up until... Oh shit, yeah! I need to get that. So far, one update. We finished the updates. Well, the updates that I can do from this chair. Notice there's nothing on the table now. It was a pretty good one. I didn't have much to say about Kubo because I haven't watched it, but I had quite a lot to say about Neon Genesis Evangelion and Attack on Titan. So, yeah, so it was good. It's about a 20 minute update. You can see the wave at the bottom there. Yeah. It is something, yes. Well, and what that means is actually between that and the ones we did the other day, means I've got Comic Book Wednesday content for the next 4 weeks done. So that's pretty good. It does mean because I didn't get them ready in time for this Wednesday, they're going to start next Wednesday, which means one might be held over until after Halloween. In fact, the one we just filmed might be held over until after Halloween. But that's okay. I don't mind having some post-Halloween content in the mix, I mean, to be fair, a lot of these closer looks that I'm doing right now, these are likely, some of them will be over the course of this month. But I'm not going to post them all back to back. I want to stagger them a little bit. We've got package openings. We've got about 10 more package openings to go up. So between package openings, updates, and closer looks, we should have a fair stack of content to carry us through September and past Halloween, and then we just focus on all the Halloween stuff. I gotta film reviews, so I want to get these done so we can film reviews. What are we doing tomorrow? Oh, we're doing the Karis Mummy Saga tomorrow, the Universal Monsters. We do screenings on the Discord almost daily. So if you want to come and watch some movies with us or some TV shows or whatever, come to the Discord. We have a good time over there. And there's always chat going on in the message boards and stuff. It's pretty active, actually. It's pretty hopping. We've got, about 150 people there. So come be our 151st, It's a good time. It's a good time. We've been running it there. When did we start it? In March, I think, or was it May? Was it May? I don't even know. I don't remember. But I mean, considering how little time it's been up, it's actually come together quite nicely. It's very very active. Everybody has a good time. Don't really get much in the way of trolls, and when we do, we deal with them pretty quickly. So we have fun over there. We try to keep it safe and light and fun for everybody and make sure nobody's breaking the rules. And yeah. So please join us. And I mean, it's a great place for us to watch stuff together because we can just watch stuff in the. I have a few little screening rooms that I've set up, and you know, so I can show you stuff, or any of you guys can watch stuff together too. Whatever, you know. So that's pretty cool. We've been enjoying it. Late May, yeah, I think that's what it was. It was May. So basically through the summer. So as Rob says, I wonder if any thumbs down people have similar channels but smaller, and they're just jelly and have small channel envy. Well, that's entirely possible. Although I find more often than not, a lot of the haters don't even create content. So I mean, they don't even have the first clue about what it takes to make videos or make content. Especially when you're someone like me that has mental health problems and sometimes just does not have the wherewithal to fire up the camera and make videos that week, you know, because I'm dealing with my own brain. But and that's one reason I like to do a whole bunch in advance. Like I like to do a batch before I start posting them, just so that I know I have the peace of mind of knowing there's a whole bunch of videos in the queue. So if my depression hits me like a 10-ton truck one day and I don't feel like doing anything for 5 days, at least I know there's a steady flow of content coming up already in the queue, right? It's all I pre-schedule everything, sometimes weeks, months, sometimes years in advance. You know my YouTube shorts that I started doing this year? Yeah. I have YouTube shorts scheduled up until March of 2024. Literally 2 years worth. We spent a couple of months going through all my old Twitch clips and finding, you know, funny clips and random stuff that I could turn into YouTube shorts. I mean, and it's solely to keep the channel active, to try to hit another segment of the YouTube audience and try to draw more people to the main channel. And honestly, it's worked pretty well. As much as, you know, a lot of them don't get a ton of views, some of them do. Like, I've had some get tens of thousands of views, and I've got lots of new subscribers out of it, people who love my gaming content and whatnot. So, and that's great. You know, I'm happy to have people, you know, who maybe just like certain content that I do, but not all the content that I do. And then there's others that like everything that I do, you know, and that's fine. But that's what I always wanted for the channel, was just kind of have a variety of stuff that's, you know, all encompassing of my interests. And then you guys watching, you know, just watch whatever you like. And then just don't watch what you don't like. Simple as that. But then there's that small segment of people who just got to be real vocal about everything. And if they post something they don't like, they're going to let you know. And they're going to let you, you know, have it. How dare you post that Fortnite clip? I hate Fortnite. It's like, well, I'm not going to stop posting them just because you don't like them. I like them. And the 10,000 people that watched that video clearly liked them. The number of thumbs up clearly indicates people like them. So you don't speak for the world. So yeah, I'm gonna keep posting whatever I want. I mean, it's my channel. You know, it's my channel. I'm gonna do what I want. You know, you want something different? Go make your own videos. Do something different. Nobody's stopping you. So I don't know. Some people just like to complain, I think. So. I mean, I try not to take it to heart too much. I know I used to, and sometimes I still do. You catch me on a bad day. Sometimes I'll rip into a troll or whatever. But most of the time, I just, I read the comment. I send a screenshot of it to my friends, and we all laugh at the person. And then I delete the person, or I delete the person. I just wipe them from existence. No, I delete the comment and block the person and just get on with my day. Like, it has so little impact on me and what I do these days, you know. So that's that. Whatever. All right. What else? What do we got here? So that's it for the updates for this section. What do we want to do next? Can't remember. Well, since we mentioned anime briefly, Pardon my butt, by the way. How about some Akira? Akira. Akira. Yeah, sorry. You guys don't know that joke. A while back, I was just kind of cruising around YouTube, and I came across a guy's video where he was talking about Akira, and just about how, what a big, influential, wonderful movie it is. And he kept pronouncing it Akira, which I get it. He's a weeaboo, as many of us are, but that's not how it's pronounced. Like, he was trying to pronounce it how, more Japanese-fully, I guess. And I have never heard it pronounced that way by anyone ever from any part of the world. So I don't know. It just drove me nuts. He kept saying Akira over and over and over and over and over, and it was just... I just wanted to throttle him. It was driving me crazy. Like, it's Akira! That you can even hear them say it in the movie. Like, I don't know. Anyway, I thought... So what I did was I thought it would be nice to do a closer look at all the different versions of Akira that I have. And this is not all of them. This is the original comic, the Epic Comics version. This is the special edition DVD and the wonderful 25th anniversary Blu-ray. But I also have this lovely Region 2 set that I think David Bunch of Numbers sent me a while back. And the original soundtrack CD. So, kind of cool. So, what I'm doing for these closer looks is I was trying to look at ways to kind of increase engagement, I guess, and increase viewer retention. And so I was looking at some videos. There was some stuff with Mr. Beast, actually. You want tips on how to get people to watch your YouTube videos? Watch Mr. Beast. In particular, watch anything where he talks about how he puts videos together, or analyses of the format of his videos. It's actually really interesting, really informative. Whether you like his content or not, that's beside the point. Bottom line is, the guy knows how to bring in the viewers. And he doesn't put out that many videos either. Like, he'll do like a video, like a couple videos a month maybe, and that's it. Meanwhile, there's YouTubers like me who are just busting their butts to put out as much content as they can. It's just continually throwing shit at the wall until something sticks. But also, I can't just do like a video a month. Like, I just don't function that way. I have too much to talk about. I have too much to cover. I need to do piles and piles of stuff. So that's that. So I thought, well, okay, some of the ways in which he, gets viewers to watch to the end of the video, or stay close to the end of the video. What are the tricks? And can I apply any of those to my content? And I realized there actually is a way to do that. One of which is, don't show all your cards at once. Simple as that. Hold a little bit of stuff back as a surprise for later in the video. Talk about it. Say, stick around. I got something really cool to show you later. And that's it. And it keeps people engaged. I mean, some people might just skip ahead to see what the thing is. But most people will just keep watching because they want to see what it is. They're interested in what you have to say, whatever. But you hold a couple things back as sort of like cool surprises at the end, or in the middle, or whatever. You have one in the middle, one at the end. That can encourage more people to keep watching. So I'm trying that as a format sort of tweak, with some of, not all of them, but some of the upcoming closer look videos. Just saying, like, stick around. I got some really cool stuff to show you later that I haven't shown in any other videos before. So, so yeah, so that's what we're doing. We're gonna give it a try. So Akira is one of those. So with Akira, I'm showing the comics, all my comics that I got. I don't have the complete set, sadly. The last like 6 or so issues are stupid expensive, apparently, really low print runs. Gonna show the DVDs, show the soundtrack, show the Blu-ray, and there you go. Good stuff. But kind of holding off on a couple of them until into the meat of the video. And then for the for the outro, you know, we'll do that, where we'll just have everything up there, right? So get these ones to suck them in, and then get them to stick around for the extra stuff. So, and that's that. Now, it's been so long since I did the tabletop segments, I gotta remember which ones I did. I know I did a bunch for Dune. Oh yeah, Dune. Yeah, I know what I did for Dune. Yeah, I got a few. I'm doing a 3-part closer look at my Dune collection, and 2 of those parts I do that where I have some things that I hold back a bit until later in the video, and then Blade Runner. Do I have that for Blade Runner as well? I'm not entirely sure. But anyway, I'll there's a few things that I'll basically do that anyway, regardless. Just kind of, you know, like that. But then if it's only like 2 items, obviously there's not really much you can hold back from that, like 1 or 2 items. But yeah. So anyway, we'll see how that works. I've also got some closer looks coming that are just shorter ones, rather than being, you know, because I've already done stuff about all my big box sets. There's really no more to do, because I haven't got any new ones. But I had some smaller box sets and some just interesting individual releases that I thought, you know, I don't have to do a 30-minute video about it, but I mean a little 5-10 minute one would be fine, you know, and get a closer look at that. For a lot of them I did high-res scans of the covers, so you get a really nice detailed look at the covers and stuff like that. So it should be interesting. So some slight switching up of the format a little bit, but I think in ways that you guys will really enjoy. If I ever get the damn videos done. Hey, Wolfden, how's it going, dude? Yes, that's a really good point, Rob. It says, you know, and private parts. Hey, Paramount Presents. Can we get a Blu-ray of that, please? Says, yeah, that's what they said in the Howard Stern movie, Private Parts. Half the listeners love him, half hate him, but they are all listening to him. Exactly. It's like the old saying, any publicity is good publicity, right? Like, it doesn't matter if it's good or bad, because it's getting your name out there, it's getting your product out there, whatever it is. So, yeah, it's crazy. No idea. So confused. What? It's Casper. Where Where is Bobby? Who shot Tupac? I don't know the answer to any of those questions. So weird. Box Knight. Z feeds off negative energy. Yes. Those delicious hater tears. They're so sweet and salty. More. So delicious. Yes. Yes. I feed off your hate. See, this is why I don't lay back in this chair, because it's just too damn comfy. Ugh. Hi. Welcome to the Multimedia Chronicles. It's Akira. It's good. I like it. This is why I tend to sit like this. Little more enthusiastic and energetic. Hi. Yeah. This, you know those command chairs, like my command chair. Like these ones? Well, you can, it's hard to see, but you know what I mean. The like streamer chairs. I got one of those. I'm hip, I'm with it, I'm cool. Those things are not cheap, by the way. But anyway, got one of those, and you know how they lean way back? Like 180 degrees almost? Yeah, this one does that too. But it's like even more comfortable. So yeah, you could I can't demonstrate because we're against the bookshelves, but and there's no room in front to pull it up. Actually have very limited space here with all my stuff, but this does that too. So and it's just super comfy. It's like soft and like faux leather and like, oh yeah, I could sleep in this chair. I could sleep good. Ugh. I think we're past everybody's bedtime. We got like half the people here that were here before. How long has this live been? Do we have any commands? I don't think we do. Let me see. Uptime. No. We don't. This has been live for 4 hours and 15 minutes at this point. Looking to knock out at least a few more videos before we stop. Going to be heading over to Twitch around midnight. We're going to do some late night Fortnite just to kind of unwind and chillax and shoot some people in the face virtually. Sorry, smoke time. I have to be quiet because it's quiet hours. Okay. Let's adjust our focus here. Now, most of what I have to say about this, I've already said in the tabletop segments. There's not a ton of things to go into here, but I will talk a little bit about, you know, what my introduction was and stuff like that. The legend. I don't know how these things work. It's all just magic to me, Krillin. It tells me on Streamlabs at least how long we've been going, so I can just tell you guys, I guess. 1:06 a.m. Texas time. Yeah, I know East Coast is, and anywhere to the east of me is basically way later. But, yeah, times. I didn't realize Texas was 2 hours. I thought it was 3, but no, I guess you're not quite far enough east. So you're in the 2-hour difference. But, some of my friends that I play Fortnite with are in Texas. Everything's bigger in Texas, including Texas itself. Texas is massive. Massive state. Massive. Close that. Make a new one. I don't know. What am I doing? Right. Video. Let's film. This film. Oh, my brain is melting now. Ugh. Greetings, everyone. Well, today on a closer look, one that I think is long overdue. We're going to be talking about Akira, the legendary anime movie, and a little bit about the comic book on which it is based. Yeah, I've got a few different editions of Akira. I've got these two and another one, which I'll show you when we do the tabletop segment. And I've got a whole bunch of the comics. I actually don't have the big, thick phone book style ones. I need to get those because I didn't actually collect the entire series of this. This is the original Epic Comics version of Akira. One of the few times it was released in color, but also the first time it actually appeared in North America in any form. Pretty notable in the history of not just Akira, but manga in general. For a lot of people, this was their introduction to manga in North America. And the movie itself, well, I mean, it's easily one of the single most influential anime movies ever made. Like, there's very literally a before Akira and an after Akira period in anime history. You can really tell where the divide is, and the divide is Akira. So let's talk about it. Let's see all the different editions I've got, all the stuff I've got for that. Fuck, I almost had it. I think we're going to shorten that because that's pre-titles. We'll shorten the pre-titles bit. Greetings, everyone. Well, today on a closer look, I've got something very special for you. What I think is long overdue closer look at a few items from my collection here. Namely, Akira, the absolutely legendary anime from 1988, based on the equally legendary manga by Katsuhiro Otomo. Yeah, I've got some pretty cool stuff. It's by no means a definitive collection. It's just my collection, so I wanted to share it with you. I thought it was long past time we took a look at everything. So let's do that. Akira, today on the Multimedia Chronicles. Welcome back. So my introduction to Akira was, well, for many people, their introduction to manga here in North America, namely the Epic Comics edition of Akira that was published back in the mid to late 80s. And I think the last few issues came out in the early 90s. They actually held off on the last few issues because in Japan the manga wasn't finished yet when they started doing their reprints over here. So originally, I didn't know anything about it. I think I might have read a little bit about it in Marvel Age at the time. I was collecting Marvel Age, and I just thought it looked interesting. The artwork looked really good, and it sounded like an interesting story, so I wanted to check it out. So I started collecting the comics basically just as they came out. It was one a month, 64 pages per issue, and in color. The original manga was, of course, in black and white with the occasional pages in color, usually full painted artwork. Usually at the start of those big phone book volumes, but the majority of it was just, black and white, as most mangas are. So when it was brought over to North America and Marvel got the rights to it, Katsuhiro Otomo actually handpicked Steve Oliff, very talented colorist, to do the colorization of the manga. And boy, did he ever do a good job. We'll take a look at a few pages when we go down to the tabletop segment, and you can see, especially for that time period when regular newsstand comics were still using the old 4-color method. They were starting to experiment with different printing techniques and such, but for the most part, it was still, just the old-fashioned newsprint style with fairly basic muted 4-color process done by hand. So this, I think, was one of the earliest uses of computer colorization, so it allowed for a lot more texture and gradients and so forth in the coloring, and it looks really, really good. And as the series progressed and as they did more issues, it just got better and better and better, and it was just beautiful to see. Now, I unfortunately did not get the complete set of these. I drifted away from it after, I think, issue 14. They did, I believe, 38 issues. Nice big wave there. But the last few issues didn't come out until several years later. They basically went as far as they could to catch up with where the manga was in Japan, and then they waited until Mr. Otomo had finished the series, and then they came back to it and published the last few issues to finish it off. For the longest time, I thought that they'd never finished it, Marvel, but they actually did. They did it as part of their Epic Comics line, because it's a bit of a mature storyline, and that was the line where they were doing all of their sort of mature and creator-owned stuff. And they involved Katsuhiro Otomo quite a bit in the process as well. Like, he had a lot of say in how the reprints were handled and so forth. So in reading the comics, this was before the movie came out, and I think the movie was in production around the time that I was collecting the comics. Maybe that's why Marvel did this particular series at that time to sort of cross-promote with the upcoming movie, because it looked like it was going to be a pretty big one. And, well, that certainly proved to be a good choice on their part, because the movie, as I'm sure most of you know, was not only a massive hit at the time, but has since become the stuff of legend. It is one of the all-time great anime films. The film was, of course, made also before the manga was finished, so it kind of goes off into left field a little bit as far as adaptations go. It just kind of sticks to the main story with the main characters. And then the ending, which, the events of which occur about 10 of these issues into the series, it's very different from how it goes in the manga. The manga goes off in quite a few different directions from there, but the movie obviously needed to be self-contained. So they basically just kind of gave it a different ending, a different take on things. Yeah. Take it how it is. A lot of people are confused by the ending. I never found it particularly confusing. It is kind of philosophical, but then again, so is the entire story. A lot of it being about the nature of, humanity and what makes us us, and what defines, consciousness and so forth. But yeah, anyway, I always loved both the comic and the movie. I still need to read the rest of the comic, actually. I've only read as far as I collected, really. I got to pick up the big, proper editions one of these days. They're not even that expensive either, and I think it was put up by Kodansha Comics, and they've kept them in print this whole time, so they're not hard to get at all, and they're not that expensive, maybe $40 a volume. There's 6 volumes for the whole series. As far as mangas go, it's actually pretty short. You talk about other ones that go on for like 30 plus volumes or whatever. Yeah, this one was, fairly short and sweet, and at the same time epic in scale. So I definitely need to get the rest of those at some point. Meanwhile, absolutely loved the movie. First heard about it in the comics. They actually had a little backup feature where they kind of give you some behind-the-scenes info about the making of the comic, some stuff about Otomo and some other projects that he was doing. They reprinted a whole bunch of different projects he did as well. I think I have, there was like a one-shot called Memories. I think I have that somewhere in my collection. I probably should have pulled it out for this, but it's buried in my multitude of boxes somewhere. But anyway, he did a few things, and Epic had a very nice working relationship with him for a number of years. So I first heard about the movie and the backup features in the comics. They were talking about it. I was like, oh, there's a movie in the works. So I was really stoked about that. And there was a comic shop. This is when I was living in Toronto. There was a comic shop downtown. She may have heard me mention before, called the Silver Snail. I think it's still there, actually. They've been going for ages. And it was like this multi-floor comic shop. It's just massive. And on the main floor would be comics, and they had like a video rack near the tills, where they'd have anime and like obscure, sci-fi and horror movies and stuff like that. And then upstairs on the upper floor they had things like model kits and I think board games and posters, like movie posters and stuff. A lot of which was imported from Japan, so you got to see a lot of Japanese model kits and stuff like that. I remember seeing a lot of things from Macross and Gundam up there, model kits and whatnot. It was very cool. As a huge Robotech fan at the time, it was pretty neat. I remember once, speaking of which, going in and they had Macross Do You Remember Love on a bootleg VHS playing on one of the TVs with no sound, but you could see the animation. I remember watching it and thinking, wow, what is this? Is that some kind of Robotech movie? No, it was a Macross movie based on the original Japanese series. So this was at a time, you got to understand, this was at a time when anime was not common here at all. The most we saw was what we got on television, so things like Robotech or Voltron or Star Blazers, stuff like that. So and Battle of the Planets. So there was a smattering of anime here. Some markets had, of course, Astro Boy and Speed Racers, stuff like that. So something like this was just unheard of, because the anime that we did get at the time was usually heavily censored and watered down for television. This was not. This was a brutally violent, uncompromising film, which borrowed a lot of key elements and moments from the comics, as well as kind of doing its own thing to make it a more self-contained adaptation. But it just absolutely blew me away when I saw it. So where I first saw it was, I found it at the Silver Snail. They had one copy on VHS for $39.95. And I was just like, well, I was going to get a bunch of comics today, because comics were only $1 each at the time. But yoink! It was just one of those things that's you just can't resist. Especially at that time, because something like this was really special. And I knew I had to have it. So, brought it home, watched it immediately, and was just absolutely blown away. And then watched it several more times, showing it to all my friends, and they were absolutely blown away. The thing is, about Akira, what a lot of people may not realize now with the proliferation of anime content that we get in North America nowadays, not only was something like this rare, to see something completely uncut like that and just, so violent and uncompromising and just epic in scope, and the quality of the animation was just astonishingly better than anything else we'd seen up to that point. There really is a clear divide between before Akira and after Akira. Like, this is a paradigm shift movie in the anime world. Another one would be the original Ghost in the Shell, which came a few years later. So, hugely influential on not just anime that followed, but cinema that followed. And I remember distinctly noticing with a lot of the anime productions that came out after Akira, the quality of the animation definitely took a serious uptick from that point. And if you look at the animation in Akira, this continues to blow me away to this day. Bear in mind that this is before CG really happened, like several years before. Ghost in the Shell, I think, was one of the first. It wasn't the first, but it was the first big use of CG mixing with 2D animation to enhance certain things or do like effects that are just not easy to do with hand-drawn animation. This is 100% hand-drawn, everything. And every time I watch it, I have that in the back of my mind. I think, this is amazing. Like, just the sheer artistry and the level of detail and the quality of the animation continues to blow me away to this day. and just the detail in the backgrounds and the multiplaning of the cityscapes and everything. And it's just absolutely gorgeous. And the music, oh my God, that wonderful percussive soundtrack that borrows so heavily from traditional Japanese music. Absolutely beautiful. I love the music in this. So we've got a few editions to look at. We've got all the issues I have of the comic to look at, and a couple of special bonus items. Well, we have another DVD edition, which I've deliberately held back showing you because it's kind of notable. And I have another item tied into the movie that I think is kind of special that we'll also take a look at. So stick around for that. We'll get to that over the course of the tabletop segment. So speaking of which, let's head on down to the black table and take a closer look at everything I have of Akira. Oh, right. And there you go. So that is it. Yeah, when I originally filmed the tabletop segment for this and was flipping through the comics, I was like, man, I'd love to get the rest of those comics. I don't think they go for very much. I don't think they're very valuable. They've been devalued, I think, because they have all the big phone book editions out, so nobody cares about them. Boy, was I wrong there. Yeah, wrong, wrongity wrong, wrong. Yeah, you can get up to about issue 30-ish, fairly cheap, but the last, like, 6 or so issues, when they brought it back to finish the series after Katsuhiro Otomo had finished the manga, yeah, good luck. Good luck finding them, and good luck finding them for an affordable price. They are stupidly expensive. I think the final issue goes for like $300 fairly currently, and that's considered a good deal. Now, I should mention, Epic did put out collected editions of their color version. They did about 10 or 12 volumes of them, I think. But that, they never finished. They actually were a couple volumes short and never actually finished them. So you can at least get a good chunk of them if you can find those collected editions. Each collected edition had, I think, 4 issues of the comic, but of the individual issues, something like 4 or 6, something like that. So you can get some of them, but or actually no, it wouldn't even be 4. It'd be like 2 or 3, I guess, because they did like 10 volumes of them. Anyway, you can get those if you can find them again, and if you can find them for a decent price. I don't know what they go for, but I think they're similarly rare and kind of expensive, like the latter issues of the comic. So really, if you want to get a complete set of the color version that Epic did, good luck. And if anybody has a complete set that they just want to gift to me out of the goodness of their heart, I would be very grateful. But yeah, hope springs eternal, right? Anyway, that is it for this one. That's Akira. Check it out if you haven't. It is one of the all-time great animes of all time, and certainly one of the most influential ones right across the board, not just for anime, but also for film in general. Things like, you know, The Matrix and whatnot were very heavily inspired, at least in part, by Akira. And pretty much any cyberpunk fiction post-1988 has at least some Akira influence in it. Yeah, it's great stuff. And if you can track down the soundtrack album, I know this has been re-released a number of times over the years, do yourself a treat and get that too, because it's absolutely beautiful. Alrighty, well that is it from me to you for now. Hope you enjoyed. Big thanks to you for watching. Big thanks to my Patreon sponsors. Be sure to catch me on Twitch. I stream just about every day. Don't forget to hit the thanks button if you'd like to toss a few bucks on the show to help support everything that we do here. Much appreciated, and I will see you next time. Until then, sayonara. Alright. Something I can put back on the shelves. And no longer have the cats climbing all over them. that's going to be a long one, because I know the tabletop segment's quite lengthy in that. Hey, Icarus, how's it going? No, actually, I have not been to Spirit Halloween because, unfortunately, my town does not have one. They had one here once, literally about 10 years ago. And I haven't seen one spring up here since. Yeah, unfortunately, I live in a fairly small city, so we don't get a lot of stuff like that. Yeah, across the pond in Vancouver, I'm sure there's a ton of them, but here on Vancouver Island, I don't know why they call it Vancouver Island, because Vancouver isn't on the island; it's on the mainland. But anyway, here on Vancouver Island, at least in my town, we don't get them. I guess they just didn't get very many sales that one year they did it, so they never did it again. So I'll have to check and see if there is one this year. I check every year, and I never seem to find one, but we'll see. Hey, we need to update this. We haven't been updating this. We got 2 down, folks. 2 down. Let's reduce that number, shall we? It does suck. I mean, honestly, I'm not overly broken up about it because I can seldom afford anything there anyway. But yeah, at the very least, it is a really fun store to browse in. You know, it's great to browse. So. time? I wish. Yeah, Tidbit knows he's in Vancouver, but... What? They're already setting up for Christmas. We're 1 week into September. What the fuck, people? Seriously. Well, I don't know what to tell you. Anyway, we got 2 in the can. I think we've had a pretty good night. I am going to take a little break, and then I think we'll head on over to Twitch land and maybe get ready to do some gaming. I'm just waiting to hear back from Panda. She said she wanted to go on about midnight, so we're going to be trying to have some very quiet sessions of Fortnite. I do get a little overexcited when things get tense, but yeah. But on the plus side, I mean, that's 2. That's 2 in the can. This Akira one can go up whenever. So yeah. Sorry, what's that? What's going on? I do declare international holiday should be allowed its run without another one trying to say, look at me, I'm next. Oh, I know. But I swear, they get ready for Christmas earlier and earlier every year and get ready for Halloween later and later every year, and I hate it. I hate that Halloween is being pushed out by Christmas. Fucking hate it. Ugh. Alrighty, folks. I'm gonna head off. Thanks for coming out. I'm gonna try to do the YouTube ones a little more often. We actually had a pretty good turnout tonight, so I think I'll try mixing things up a bit. We'll do these, once or twice a week. Otherwise, catch me on Twitch pretty much every day. And also, don't forget to join our Discord. We've got lots of fun stuff happening over there, especially right now. We're doing a lot of screenings, watching movies together in preparation for Halloween, and sometimes just for fun. So yeah, feel free to swing by and join the party. You can find the link. We don't have the link here. Can I get the link? Let me get the link for you. Hold on a second. I cannot get the link. Well, it's in some of my videos. It's in all my recent videos. Look at, the Multimedia Chronicles videos anyway. Look at one of those. It'll have the Discord link in it. Anyway, thanks for coming out, everybody. Have yourselves a great day or night. Those of you coming over to Twitch, I'll see you there in a little while. Probably about half an hour or so. I think I'm going to make some food. And then, yeah, we'll have some fun. All right, take care, everybody.